our YouTube and social media and Facebook
I hope
pages.
Rick is in here. Let's see.
And we are live. Fantastic.
Rick, are you here? I hope Rick is in here. Because yeah.
Good morning, everybody on YouTube Live and checking us out. Good morning, everybody in the audience. And we are checking to make sure we are also live on ACB Media. I need a longer song than this one for background music while we're waiting.
Boston. Yeah, Rick, you are in there. Good. Okay. Excellent. Wow. Yes, indeed.
All right. Yeah. Are you exhausted?
Oh, I think I'm still in adrenaline. I think, yeah.
I missed who won the P4.
Terry Pacheco.
Oh, yay, Terry.
Yeah, she will be unstoppable. Oh my goodness.
I'm sure she'll be using it for, we'll have to see if we start hearing this, wait for it. That one.
Yeah, you could turn that volume up
on visibility.
Yeah.
On visibility. If we hear this thing here on visibility.
There you go.
So
I'm wondering if
fantastic.
I can change this volume. If I, and I don't know which one it is. Let's see. Is that changing? I'm hearing that I'm coming in too low on Zoom.
You just came up a little higher. I think
on
you're
Zoom.
A little hotter now. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you're sounding much better now.
Okay, good. All right. So it wasn't the stream,
you're
but
a little hot actually. Bring it down just a little.
Okay. Yeah, I've been accused.
This is the fun, everybody, of early mornings and late nights, because that auction went on till after midnight last night.
It did. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it sure did. It was incredible. Is that better?
Yeah. Oh, much better.
Okay,
much better.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite and boy, I mean, it seemed at times like, wow, are people slowing down? Nope.
No, it was. Well, we had Terry on from Hawaii, so I mean, it went. It was 6 o'clock at midnight for our time.
That's right.
She was just getting ready for their dinner.
That's right. And wow, they had a package or two in. I think they had two in there.
Yeah.
I kept waiting to see who. Well, wasn't it Eric and Rebecca that got your wife's quilt?
Dan and Leslie did.
Dan and Leslie.
Dan and Leslie.
Man,
So
Dan and Leslie.
We'll be sending the craft eye quilt to Orlando, Florida, because they use a lot of air conditioning down there. So they probably want a good quilt.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And you didn't, I was waiting to hear you bid, like on the Sonos.
I didn't bid. I was working on the conference. I was mainly listening on the acbmedia.org page with the new streamer button that is so easy to.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah. It's like I just typed in acbmedia.org and, you go to the 10 live streams link and then boom, you hit the button.
Choose the one you want.
It just goes super fast. So it's
easy.
So if folks are just trying to find a quick way to listen, go to acbmedia.org. And then later I tried the Live 365 app too, which was nice to get that, I wanted to hear if it was similar, speeds, and that was fast too. So,
cool.
Yeah. So I was just mainly listening.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that a lot of things are easier than what they seem like they might be. And the same with the voting. I go to the email that I was originally sent about voting that has the voter code in it. And I don't log in. I don't even know what my login probably is. I don't log in. I don't have to type my code anywhere. I just click and it says something about to participate in this election or something. Click here.
Click the button. Yeah.
Something. And I go in and it shows me the up-to-date candidates for that day. So it's
Nancy
so
and them have
easy.
been doing a great job in Minneapolis of keeping everything up to date.
What a supervisor of election we have. She is awesomeness. And last night working there to make sure she got everybody's name who won.
She was in the office too. It wasn't like she was in her, in her slippers sitting on the bed or something.
No, she was.
Yeah, it was a working night. So thank you, Nancy in Minneapolis.
Working hard. Yeah. I mean, just worked so hard and so long. And even, our broadcasters, I mean, I got a promo for Jen that she wanted us to put out about the ADP awards. I got right on it. I had two people that just stepped right up and did it. So that will be aired today. and we have to change some things on Friday. But boy, oh boy, we've got people that are just boom. I give it to them, and it gets turned right around. It is just so incredible.
Well, and it's going to be Friday. Just so folks know, because we were working on it earlier today. We found out last night the Olympic opening session for the Olympics now starts at 7:30 p.m. So that's when the kickoff technically is. Apparently, I'm guessing they're thinking it's probably going to be a long, because it goes till midnight. It's going to be a long night for sure. But yeah, so that Olympics will start, although not as long as our auction. It's crazy. Right. Their auction went longer than the opening session. It went longer than every country in the world walking across a football field. So
that's right.
So
and then Eric was saying something about 5:45. There's a
so we'll start at. We were scheduled to start at I think the original pre-show was going to start at 6, but now it's being pushed back 15 minutes. So I think that might interrupt our Convention Connect show. So we might bid farewell earlier that day.
We might
for our Convention Connect, so we can get the Olympics, because it's a packed pre-show for the Olympics. It's going to be exciting. We've got some Olympians and some amazing people that are going to be contributing. So
well, if there's any need to unmute us, I'm sure we'll be there, and we could always if there's a moment.
We're always on the ready. We're kind of like superheroes, you and I.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Superheroes of sound. Debbie,
we got this shtick down, man.
We got to get t-shirts.
Let me hear a
superheroes of sound.
Where's that? Boom.
Write that, Marvel, please. Write about us.
Where's that pad that goes boom?
oh, this one. Yeah, hang on.
Superheroes. There you go.
Superheroes of sound. All right. My wife's going to hate me with this thing.
Oh my God.
And the kids are going to love it.
So, yeah, exactly. Anyways. Take it in the office.
Yeah. So do we have, is Patty on? I haven't heard Patty join, or Carla. Do we have Mini Mall folks on?
I don't know, but I did hear them say something about practical items today. So watch your email. I don't know if they're Patty. I have not heard. Let's see. Nope, I don't see them.
No one's here yet. Okay.
No.
And we've got, today I like to think of Wednesdays as Wellness Wednesdays.
There you go.
Got a lot of opportunities for folks to check out the acbmedia.org/calendar page to find out all the programming today. But
that has been so useful and helpful to people. Oh my gosh, people have been thanking us for that. And Jeff Bishop worked so hard. I worked with him on a lot of it, and Deb Cook Lewis, and we've just got so many great people. I'm just so impressed with our team. We've got such a team of teams,
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It is incredible. And I'm starting to feel like we're sliding around third base and coming to home. It is, we're almost done with Peter Sagal's tomorrow night for the banquet.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's right.
And so we'll have our big banquet and awards tomorrow night. Tonight we have, I think Jeff's doing his, speaking of Jeff Bishop, their panel is tonight for prime time, I think, isn't it?
That's right. Yes,
so
IAC. Yeah, Information Access Committee. Yeah. And boy, Humanware, they sure had some nice things in that auction last night. I think 3 things, right? Was it 4?
3 or 4.
I think two Explorers, a Brilliant, and a Victor Stream.
Yeah.
And boy, did they go well. People just went, and even the ice cream maker. Oh my gosh. I just bought one of those in the Louisville auction, and from Pampered Chef. And we had it in our auction last night. Boy, it did quite well. I forgot what it went for, but my goodness.
You're making me crave ice cream.
I know.
I talked to my family this morning. So, we've been in the hotel locked up in the offices here since Saturday. Joe Lins, who's been working behind the scenes, got here even on Friday. And I talked to my family today because I was like, summer break. My 2 kids. Like, what are you doing today? They're like, oh, we're going to the Turkey Hill ice cream tour. I'm like, oh, it's so glad to know tours are back open. But I'm jealous because they're going to an ice cream factory today for Turkey Hill.
Oh,
which is, I don't know if they have that down there, but it's a big ice cream in the Mid-Atlantic, Pennsylvania, Maryland.
Fun.
So,
wow. Well, they just have to give you a full report and get some coupons for when you go back, you get back there.
All you can eat ice cream is part of the tour.
Well, what I like about this Pampered Chef one is it makes soft serve.
Yeah.
And I adore soft serve, but you can put it in the freezer longer and get it to be hardened. But
Nice.
oh man.
But
Oh, there's
speaking
Patty.
of tours, yeah, there's Patty. But
And
speaking of tours, what's our tour channel again? Is it ACB Media 9?
It is ACB Media 3.
3.
It is
Okay.
3. Now, we did have before conventions some of the longer ones that were like 11 hours.
Mhm.
We had on 8 and 9. We had
that
some
was
real long
incredible.
ones.
What was it? The Franklin
D. Roosevelt
yeah.
and forgot the other one, but
Yeah.
wow.
So check out ACB Media 3 because our tours are still running.
They're still running in 6-hour blocks, I think it is. And then our exhibitors are in 8-hour blocks, and they are on 4. And I think they're going well. I worked a lot on them. So they restart every day at 10. So they've just restarted for the day. And 10 and 6 and 2. So that's what's happening on 4. Yeah. And I heard Patty come in.
Hello.
Hello, Mini
Patty.
Mall.
Sorry, I was on a mini mall call.
It's okay.
Hey, take the calls.
That's right.
Working.
Yes. Well, today we have our SD card holders, and this one it's a hard case. It holds 10, and each SD card snaps into each slot. We also have a small zippered case. They come in blue and black, and they zip all the way around, and there's 22 pages, just like a
card case.
Well, no, it's kind of, but like when you had your you put photos in. Years ago.
Yeah.
The pages are like that, and you can slip them down in there and keep them very organized. Now, we also have a flash drive case that holds 9, and that flash drive case has 9 elastics across it. So they slip down in behind it, but it does go through. And our SD cards, we have SD cards in many different gigabytes. We have micro SD cards now, and we do have flash drives. So give the Mini Mall a call at 877-969-MALL. That's 877-969-6255. And again, we'd be happy to take your order and, take some cash off of you.
Somebody wrote me yesterday, just not happy. And I did my best to politely cool their jets, but they weren't happy about dealing with having to leave voicemail. And I told them that you all are very good about calling people back.
Yes.
And, when you're managing as much as being managed by the Mini Mall, and there are a lot of people calling, then, we all just need patience. Grant me patience yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. And they will get a call back from one of the 3 of us. We will call them back. So if you do leave a message, please do. If you can't get through, there's 3 of us answering the phones. And when we have 3 calls going, it's just impossible to catch that 4th one, but we will call you back.
Absolutely. I know that to be true because I did it last year. But wow. And I know people are calling, and there's so much good stuff there at the Mini Mall. It's fun. I mean, I love the Mini Mall. It's another way to give money to ACB, but it's a fun way to give because when you're giving that you're also getting things that you can use and things that you can enjoy and be proud to have on display. Right, Tony?
Yeah. And I like how today is practical. This is practically perfect Patty today.
Yeah.
So. Yes, it is practically perfect.
That's right. That's great. Well, excellent.
Thank you all, and I'll be back later.
Okay, that's wonderful.
All right.
Yeah, it's tricky to know what our convention connect times exactly might be midday and at the end of the day, because there are things that are pushed up so close, but we do our best to make sure we're here. We were here a little early yesterday. And then in the evening, the 5:30 to 6:45, they go right up to that point. So it's a little tricky. But anyway, we're always here with our skates on as best as we're able and racing from room to room. It's all good. Oh my goodness.
It is.
It is all good. And multitasking, right? I know.
It's starting to get that fatigue, you know.
Fatigue.
Yeah.
That's
but there's
what I
still
thought
always fun
fatigue
stuff
was.
that's going on. I need to fix our MMS email.
Oh, good.
Having issues. So folks may have seen that going out over the list this morning. So I got to work with Gene to try to make sure we're getting that email set up. So
yeah. So if you've been getting any kind of a bounce or not a response or something from that email, just know that
hold fast. We'll get it fixed.
Yes.
I think it's just getting access to it, getting it routed to the right place. So
right. I'm sure.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll all be there. Maybe all those emails will still be there somewhere to find. So that's really good. And we appreciate everyone reaching out to contribute to MMS and to certainly with our auction. And
we're doing the tally for the auction. It'll take probably a day just to confirm everything, but that'll be announced tomorrow. So stay tuned tomorrow and folks can learn how much they help the greater cause of the organization. And the walk is still going on. You're right. Till August 31st for the walk. So
wow.
We have the challenge for the walkers, the best team to raise money between Sunday when we had the walk announcements for the winners all the way to August 31st. There's another competition going on. So there'll be more prizes given away to the team that races the most between opening session and then when we close the walk on August 31st. So check out those walk teams as well on the acb.org page. Just look for the walk link when you're listening through with your text to speech as well.
That's right. Yeah. That's very exciting. Any sponsor
Good morning.
Sponsor shout outs today.
Right.
We got Transportation Mobility, thanks to Cruise Automation, our sponsors for that.
Okay.
It's exciting. We have Waymo and Cruise on this year as sponsors, which are two autonomous vehicles.
I want one.
If we were in Phoenix, we could have used an app to call a Waymo like service like Uber. We could have all gotten to convention in a driverless car. It's crazy to think it's actually here now.
Would you get in a driverless car if you could?
I would, only because I've been working with them when I was doing advocacy for 5-6 years now, and they are incredibly safe. It's amazing to know how many safeguards they're having in those things and how intelligent they are. So
I dreamed years ago that I was in one before I even knew that we really were working with them. I mean, it was probably like 20 years ago. I had this dream that I was in one and it had the phone in the dashboard and I was calling people and saying, yeah, I'm in this car and I'm driving, it's driving and wow. And then I started to worry about how it would know exactly where it was going. And then it sort of went off the track. And I'm like, that's what I get for worrying. I should have just stayed in the joy and the trust, because there it was. It was so cool until I started being afraid.
Good morning.
Good
morning.
That's right. That's right.
But anyways, thanks to Waymo and Cruise, and thanks to all of our sponsors. I'll talk a little bit about our sponsors on Friday when I do my development talk. But,
good.
Sort of the overall amount, but we raised a lot of money this year, more than last year,
we're
really
getting
back to normal.
That's so good. Or a forward to a wonderful. I know some people don't want to hear the new normal, but to just a new time, a new chapter where, we are starting to, a lot of things are starting to come forward in a better way. Yeah. So that is really good about sponsors. I love it. And all of you who gave individually, all those sponsors that were read off the other day. And we know that some might not have been on that list who signed up later, but we know that those names will be read again, or will be read if you didn't get in there. And we so appreciate everyone who did do that. And those forum raffle tickets. Hey, Tony, why do we have a limited number of raffle tickets? Why wouldn't there just be even more?
We have a limited number now. We're getting less. I mean, we're getting close to the end.
Why wouldn't we have an unlimited number of raffle tickets that people could buy?
I think there's only so many that come in the box.
Okay.
We get close to selling the whole box out. We just needed to buy 2 boxes instead of one.
I think, so we have to purchase them.
Yeah, you
buy the
purchase the raffle tickets. You can
box.
call the 612-332-3242 number.
That's true. But I mean, does ACB
get in
have
on
to
the raffle.
purchase those by the box?
Yeah, I think physically. I mean, I don't know if they come in an
Okay.
actual box or an
But
envelope. I don't know how it works with
certain.
Minneapolis getting them. But yeah, I mean, it is, we get so many tickets and,
Okay.
we want to make sure that it's a fair thing so that it's, number to number match and the way that they're
Yeah.
drawn and, the whole thing. So,
Oh, it's
so
exciting.
yeah, they're good at managing that there, but we're getting
They
close. So
are.
if you haven't got yours yet, be sure to call the Minneapolis office and jump in. There's still a day, to get in for the raffle. So
Well, that's
a-
really, really excellent.
great opportunity to help raise additional money for ACB. So
When I first heard that amount for a raffle ticket, I went, oh no, I wasn't expecting that. But you can always go in on one with, up to 4 other people so that each one of you is paying $10. Now I get one every year.
Think of it this way too. If we get more and more tickets, that decreases the chance that people win. You get more of a chance to win when there's fewer
true.
tickets.
Yes, exactly.
We don't want to make it a lottery like
No.
the Powerball where you never would win.
No, that's true. That's excellent. Oh my gosh.
Increase your
Brilliant.
odds with fewer tickets. So there you go.
All right. I like it. I like your thinking on that. Yes, indeed.
So we've got some exciting things lined up for general session today. We got more, we're wrapping up the voting.
Another election that we're
Chris
voting
Bell
on
and Connie
today.
Sims.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from the candidates that won yesterday. Congratulations to our new board members, which is exciting. And, we just have a lot going on.
We
we're gonna hear some
do.
amazing scholarships. We have the business and accounting scholarships today. I had a chance to piece that together last night and work on
Good for
editing that
you.
package. And it's some great stories. Again, this the future is particularly for our world in the blindness and low vision world is, we have CCLVI scholarships today and our business scholars today. And it's such amazing, inspiring people.
Well, and I think, there's a greater comeback with Braille, and that's something I know I want to talk with you about it sometime more, because I'm wondering about a literacy campaign that, there are so many people that still believe that Braille is like obsolete and going. But now with this e-reader project of NLS, Braille readers are getting into people's hands.
Yeah.
And that is just really going to make a difference in our schools, in our work environments. I'm getting a Mantis. It should be here. I was hoping it would be here by convention, but to have Braille is a lot different than just having only audio. And wow, and our deaf blind population absolutely thrive on having Braille.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
well, you better pray it get here soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the praying mantis again.
The praying mantis. Yes. Bottom.
We and folks that BRL and they always have good programming, and there's in the agenda you don't get a chance to check out everything, especially when we're working. We don't get a chance to check out everything. I'm looking forward to downloading the podcast because there is some great Braille advocacy stuff this year. We have the podcast feeds for folks that don't know on iTunes or whatever your podcast player is. Search for is it the ACB Media Network, or the ACB Convention. In the search field, and you can pull up our 8 tracks.
Yeah.
8 different podcast feeds for each of the special tracks for the convention. And education, and I think the Braille and Blue and stuff like that. I think that's under education.
And education and employment. And then there's health and wellness and technology and transportation. Oh my gosh. They're just so
if you can't be at 166 places at once, then you can download it and listen to it later. And it's very easy to do. So, and
we are working on the target date of the end of August to have all those podcasts. And and they'll be streaming out between now and then. So as they are dropped, so you can go ahead and subscribe today, and you're going to be getting some, pretty soon as they're slowly pushed out. Do you remember, Dunkin' Donuts or Mr. Donut when they were making donuts like 24 hours a day, practically, they were always making donuts. Well, we have people that are always editing. It's amazing. We have some editing ninjas, and we have this coordinated a lot better than we did last year. And so I am really pleased to see Tyson is managing all that, coordinating that. And he's pleased. He's like, man, I give work to some of these people. And I mean, whoop, they get it done, you know? So I haven't had a chance. I've been saying I was going to edit a lot this week because I'm going to dog school like on a week after convention. And I'm thinking, let me get a lot done. But I'm sure I'll be editing some even in dog school because there's always time in between this and that. But wow, our editors are working. So
are you going to Southeast or where are you?
I am. Yep.
Okay.
Southeast.
That's not too far away. Is that in Tallahassee?
No, it's in Palmetto, right? In Bradenton,
Okay.
Clearwater, St. Pete.
Okay. So a little
around in
further
there.
south. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
We'll look
Dog
forward to
number
hearing
9.
The reveal.
I will.
do it,
It's like
yeah.
having a baby. Number 9. I feel like I should be
Wow.
singing Revolution number 9. I tell people I started when I was
Yeah.
in my crib. Yeah.
I'm still waiting to try to get in for dog number 4 at the CNI. So they're still they're
Ooh.
working on students right now over the summer with all the students with the pandemic
Yeah.
that they missed last summer. They're doing catch
Right.
up. So somewhere out
Right.
there, it's like a date. Like somewhere out there, there's the
Somewhere out
right
there, there's
dog for me.
Right. Yeah.
Eyes look up dreamily into the sky.
And the
anyways.
dog is waiting and he's saying, Tony, I know you're out there
Yeah,
somewhere.
he's in a little, or she's in a little kennel, and they're just have these little bubble over their head of like a daydream.
Dreaming about you and doesn't know who you are exactly, but
Exactly. Someday.
there's somebody. Yes, indeed.
My last dog was raised at a dorm at Rutgers University, and he was kind of a party dog. So,
Oh, that's funny.
anyways,
Hi, good morning.
Close to the start.
Good morning. This is the captioner.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
4 minutes away.
All right.
I hope everybody's been enjoying the Convention Connect show and getting into their seats, getting comfortable.
Yeah,
come
I don't
on
know if
into
you're
the
having
theater.
popcorn at this hour, but you know,
Probably not, but
maybe
nothing wrong with a mimosa or a
breakfast sandwich.
croissant or a good bagel. A good
That's
bagel in
right.
the morning goes a long way.
Yum.
You know,
Yum.
as long as
I
it's not
love
an onion bagel for the person you're sitting next to.
it. Remember when the students delivered food? I think I had them do it one year in general session.
Oh,
that
man.
was really cool.
Yeah.
Then they realized they couldn't do it anymore, but
Yeah.
wow. So we could
But if the
pretend.
students were smart for fundraisers, they should set up like a student DoorDash, like their own version
you
of
go.
DoorDash.
Yeah.
Where if you just call them, they come by, they maybe pick the money up on their way to the restaurant and then come back or something, you know?
That's right. I like it. See, you and I should just sit and brainstorm all the time because
should.
we're both good with ideas.
We'll take over next year's convention. How about we just declare that now? Janet won't have any problem with that.
That's
Janet will be
right.
like, yeah, no, we love you, Janet.
Just kidding.
Janet has been working harder than anybody.
Yeah.
And you know, it's been
Rick,
outstanding.
everybody's working hard. So
They
many.
are. We're all working hard.
So
But
many.
Janet works
Yeah.
hard. From the moment this ends, I start getting calls about corporate sponsors, and you know, we do the
Oh.
surveys, and she works year round on it, and it's incredible.
Well,
So
and
thank you,
already
Janet.
securing hotels for the next few years, you know.
Yeah, she doesn't
I
even
mean,
work year
it's-
round. Yeah, we're looking to 2025 now.
I
We're
know.
starting to you know, plot out 2025, and it's crazy. So
In the year 2525.
that was such a sad song.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Let's end on a happy
All
note.
right.
What do we got? What do we got that's happy today?
What do we,
Um,
us, we're
Listen to
happy.
the scholarships.
Yeah.
Check out the IA, the technology panel tonight that Jeff Bishop,
That's gonna
our
be
board
cool.
member, is going to be helping
Yeah.
lead.
And voting. This is so exciting. I
And
think
vote,
it's
yes.
very exciting. Don't forget to vote. It's so easy.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. And
right. Yeah.
I'm really, really proud, really excited every year, in person or virtual. I'm just always amazed at all that we accomplish.
Yeah.
So wow. Well,
Fantastic.
all right.
We'll be
So-
well. We'll talk later today. We'll be on hand to open the room up early, this room up early, so we can hop in the show. So there was that, you know, we ended early yesterday. We had to
We
take away
did.
the audio description panel, which I believe will be tomorrow now for the audio description
Okay.
awards.
I think
for
so.
folks,
Yeah.
so you can check it out.
Right. That is tomorrow.
So
Mhm.
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tony. And thanks everybody for tuning in. And I don't know, if you run out of peanut M&Ms today, find something else that's good, Tony, because I'll be there in the front row.
All right. Yep.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Be well.
Bye.
All right. We're taking it up to you now, Boston.
Yep.
for the ADP Awards during General Session on Thursday, July 22nd on ACB Media One. Help us celebrate those who are making an impact in 2021 in audio description. Hashtag ADP, hashtag ACB21.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the ACB 2021 Conference and Convention, Better Together Wherever We Are. Today is Wednesday, the 21st of July, day 6 of our convention. And wow, what an exciting auction we had last night. I hope everybody had a chance to participate. I know at my house, the thunder was rolling and the lightning was cracking, and we're just happy we stayed on the air, but what a wonderful, exciting time. And it was just so much fun to hear all the excitement and all the wonderful bidding. I believe tomorrow we'll get an official number of how we did, but I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated in the auction. And I wanted to remind us that we are being broadcast on the ACB Media Network, heard around the country and around the world. Today's session will be on our internet stream, ACB Media One mainstream. So please feel free to listen, or if you're registered, you're here with a wonderful Zoom invitation. So we welcome everybody. Also want to mention that the Braille Forum raffle drawing will be tomorrow night after our banquet. There are only a few tickets left, and once they're gone, we're not printing anymore. So please, if you want to get in on that raffle, don't miss the opportunity. The cost is $50. You can sign up as an individual person, or you can split it with up to 4 of your closest friends. A total of 5 of you can split that raffle ticket. So if you're interested at all, please call our Minneapolis office at 612-332-3242. Again, that's 612-332-3242. We also thank everybody who has joined the Monthly Monetary Support Program, MMS, and we want to encourage people to enroll for as little as $10 a month. You can show your support for the American Council of the Blind and really make a difference in our programs. If you're interested in joining, you can call 202-743-0755. Again, that's 202-743-0755. And somebody will be standing by and get back with you almost instantaneously to help you learn more about the MMS program. So thank you. Our email address is technically having some problems, so please call again at 202-743-0755. And remember, we're also having elections today. And so please have that voting code handy. Yesterday's election proved every vote counts. And so please get out there and vote. This is so exciting that we're all able to vote remotely and really show the democratic process that is the American Council of the Blind. And also I wanted to it was in the promo, but wanted you all to know that we apologize for the ADP Awards having to be moved later in the week, but candidate selections were running a little long yesterday. And so the ADP Awards presentations will take place tomorrow at Thursday's general session in the morning, probably starting around 11 o'clock Eastern. So if you were interested in those ADP awards, they have not gone away. We'll get to enjoy those tomorrow. So now it's time for us. Oh, I have one more special announcement. So stay tuned. This is a special advocacy announcement. Following the roll call elections today, we are going to hear a special advocacy announcement from Clark Rackfall, our Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs, concerning the Olympics. So you want to stay tuned for that. I'll make that announcement one more time, but it'll be following our affiliate roll call votes. So don't miss that. It's really important to all of us, and it's important to ACB and our membership. So stay tuned. Now I would like to present our pledge I'd like to present our Pledge of Allegiance for today. And it's going to be done by our JP Morgan Chase Fellows. So Anthony, Natalie, Becky, Greg, and Winter, thank you for our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Thank you, JP Morgan Chase winners, and I hope you're enjoying a wonderful convention. We're so glad to have you as new leaders inside of our organization. And now I would like to introduce Tony Stevens, ACB Development Director, for the presentation of our convention sponsors for 2021.
Hi, everyone. This is Tony Stevens, Director of Development for the American Council of the Blind. I'm excited to share with you today our corporate sponsors for the 60th Annual ACB National Conference and Convention. So here we go. For our diamond sponsors, Microsoft, Google, JP Morgan Chase and Company, Comcast, and Facebook. For our emerald sponsors, Charter Spectrum, Vispero, Amazon, Verizon, Vanda Pharmaceutical, and for our Ruby sponsors, TrackPhone Wireless Incorporated, IRA, Waymo, National Cable and Telecom Association, AT&T, LinkedIn, Perkins School for the Blind, Cruise, and Adobe. For our Onyx sponsors, Democracy Live and Humanware. For our Coral sponsors, National Industries for the Blind, National Library Services, and Library Users of America. And for our walk sponsors, Macular Degeneration Fund. And for our walk sponsors, the Macular Degeneration Foundation, National Industries for the Blind, and Vanda Pharmaceutical. Thanks to all of our corporate partners for supporting this year's conference and convention.
Thank you so much, Tony, for recognizing our wonderful sponsors for this year's convention. We just couldn't do it without them, and we thank them so much for all of their support. All right, little bit of a wrinkle here, but we want to make sure that all of our candidate speakers are here today before we start our candidate speeches. So I am going to ask Denise Colley, our ACB secretary that was voted by acclamation on Monday night or Monday afternoon, to take a few minutes and give some remarks to the membership about her reelection for a second term as our ACB secretary. Denise?
Thank you, Dan, and good morning, ACB. I just want to say to all of you a heartfelt thank you for your confidence in me, your voting me in again to this office by unanimous acclamation. Serving on the ACB board and serving as your secretary has been an extreme honor and privilege. And I hope that in the next 2 years, I can do the organization proud as I work with the board to move forward on those initiatives that I talked with you about at the candidates forums, especially related to transparency in communication. So once again, thank you so much for electing me again. And I look forward to serving ACB in the best way that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise, and congratulations. We're going to let Denise has to step out for a moment, even though she's our presiding officer for the day. She has to run down the virtual hallway and get ready for the affiliate roll call vote. So Denise is wearing 2 hats today. So thank you, Denise. Just checking, do we have our speakers before we move on?
Jim is going to be on his way. I just reached out to him. He was.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. And so we will move on and hear from another of our board members, Doug Powell from Falls Church, Virginia, who was elected to his second term on the ACB Board of Directors yesterday. So Doug, we'd love to hear a few remarks from you, and congratulations.
Thank you, Dan. I heard from Alan Casey and Paul D'Addario, two of our political historians as members, that they're starting to call me Landslide Doug in honor of Landslide Lyndon Johnson, who won a squeaker in Texas way back in the day. And I want to tell you that I appreciate and I needed and appreciated every pebble of that landslide. So thank you very, very much for your support. I promise to work hard for everyone, whether you voted for me or not. I'll work as hard, if not harder, in my second term than I did in my first. And I want to reach out and tell you that I'm always interested in listening, and I will forward your concerns to the board or to the appropriate person within the organization, regardless of whether I agree with it or not. So please, 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 allow me to serve you by hearing your issues and concerns about the American Council of the Blind and see if we can come to some kind of resolution that will move the organization forward. That's a promise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug, and congratulations. Look forward to working with you on the ACB Board of Directors for a second term. Congratulations again. I want to make a quick announcement before we move on with our candidates, and that is I just want to remind all of our ACB affiliate delegates that we will not be having, unfortunately, we are not going to have a corporate sponsor presentation for this convention for today's agenda. So we have a fairly quick turnaround. So all of those of you that are affiliate delegates, please start heading over to the room in a few minutes. That way we'll make sure everybody's there in a timely fashion in order to be able to go through the roll call vote. So now I'm going to introduce Kenneth Simeon from Beaumont, Texas, who has been elected for his first term on the ACB Board of Directors. Congratulations, Kenneth, and welcome.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, everyone. I thank all of you for your support that you've given me throughout this process. And I am very grateful and honored to be able to serve in this capacity moving forward. I look forward to working with my fellow board members to make wise decisions on your behalf and on behalf of Americans who are blind or visually impaired. It's an honor to be here today. We've had a great convention. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. I want to communicate often. Any concern you may have, I want to be a part of what's going on. I ask you to communicate often, and I will say that I will do my best to serve you all well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenneth, and congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Next, thank you. Next, I'd like to hear, we're going to hear from Donna Brown from Romney, West Virginia. Donna, even though she's been on the board for 2 years, was officially elected for her first term on the ACB Board of Directors because she was going to just do the last year of a term, but it ended up to 2 years because of the COVID. But Donna has been elected to her first term, and these terms will all be 3 years because this slate of Board of Directors will be running again in 2024. So I'd now like to introduce Donna Brown from Romney, West Virginia. Donna.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and hello, ACB family. I want to thank you for your support through this candidacy process. Thank you for the wonderful questions and participation in the candidates forums. I will, as the other candidates said, I will certainly do my best to serve you as best I can. Please, as they all said, feel free to reach out to me. I will be as transparent in the ACB community as I can be. And my goal is to serve you in the best ways that I can. And I love to be working with members in any capacity that I can. One of my passions is membership. So have a wonderful rest of the convention. And again, thank you so much for your support.
Congratulations, Donna. And while I've got you here, is that ACB Brenda Dillon Memorial Walk still up and running strong?
Oh my gracious, it is not too late. Somebody go to the website and get us over $81,000 before the end of general session. That would be wonderful. So quickly, Mr. President, if I may, we have a contest. All walk teams, whichever walk team raises the most money between last Sunday night and August 31st will receive a prize. So you could be maybe the 30th team right now, but you could still win a prize at August 31st by increasing your donation amount by the largest amount. And we have some teams that are taking it a little seriously so far. So
fantastic. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Donna, and congratulations on being reelected to the ACB Board of Directors.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. I now believe we are in really good shape to move forward with our candidates election for today. This is for the 5th position on our ACB Board of Directors. Our 2 candidates, our first coming out of the nominating committee is Chris Bell, retired attorney from Pittsboro, North Carolina. And running against Chris, nominated from the floor, is Connie Sims, retired medical massage practitioner and health advocate from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Because Connie has run for a board seat earlier in this annual business meeting and convention, she will be allowed to have one candidate speak for a total of 1 minute. But first, as we do, we will hear from the candidate that came out of nominating. So we will hear from Chris Bell's 2 speakers, which are Jim Crott from Florida and Becky Davidson from North Carolina. And then Connie Sims will have Patrick Sheehan from Maryland speak for her for 1 minute. So for the speakers for Chris, you have a total of 5 minutes. Denise, our parliamentarian, will be our official election timekeeper. Jim Crott is identified as Chris's first speaker. Jim, do you want any time reminders as you make your remarks today?
No, thank you, Dan. And I would like 2.5 minutes.
You'd like to? So do you want us to say when you're like 10 seconds away from 2.5 or anything?
That's perfect.
Okay, so at 2:20, Denise, if you could please give a gentle reminder to Jim. Okay. And I now would like to recognize Jim Crott from the state of Florida to speak on behalf of Chris Bell.
It's my pleasure to come to you today to ask for your support for the candidacy of board seat of Chris Bell. I have known Chris Bell for many, many years as a brother member of the American Association of Visually Impaired Attorneys. I knew him when he was young, like me, but I knew him when he was outgoing, gregarious, and full of vim and vinegar, like he still is. Chris has recently served as president of the North Carolina Council of the Blind, where he spearheaded, organized, and directed their successful voting lawsuit. I can tell you what an undaunting task that is, having done it myself. Chris brought his members to a very successful conclusion and outstanding results. He's been a long-time advocate for the blind. He's multiply handicapped, so he's advocated for disabled people in general and the blind and visually impaired in particular. He serves on the advocacy committee with me. He has been aggressive. He has been creative. He's been hardworking, and he's been very giving. He's been very active in the area of accessible pedestrian signals. Most importantly, he's worked on writing both the ADA and its regulations during his stint with the EEOC. He served 2 periods there. He's done a variety of other tasks. He worked as a partner in a law firm for 8 years. He has also worked tirelessly. He was a financial broker and advisor for some time. So he has really varied experience, which he can bring to our board of directors. And I think will do phenomenal effort in directing the board in positive, fruitful directions. He has much to give. He's done that through his advocacy work, both on the advocacy committee and with the state of North Carolina, and we need to give him a chance to represent us on the national front. He's a graduate of the Antioch Law School in DC. He worked in the poverty law and legal services areas before getting into his other ventures. His experience is significantly varied, but significantly well-rounded, and he will be a great asset to the board of directors of the American Council of the Blind. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And Denise, what is our official time?
2:08.
2:08 remaining?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Next, I would like to introduce Becky Davidson from North Carolina. Becky, you have 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Would you like any reminders?
Yeah, maybe a 10-second reminder.
Okay, with
I'm
10
not sure I'll
seconds
go
to
that
go.
long. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'd now like to introduce Becky Davidson to speak on behalf of Chris Bell.
Well, good morning, everybody. And it's really my privilege to get to do this. I first got to know Chris when I was invited to join the Environmental Access Committee, of which he was chair at the time. And I have learned so much from Chris about regulations and the processes by which they're created and the impact they have on all of us, particularly in terms of pedestrian safety, but also in general. Not too long after Chris and Joe moved from Minnesota to Pittsboro, North Carolina, and Ron and I moved to Charlotte, Chris asked me if I would consider taking over the chair of the Environmental Access Committee so he could run for president of the North Carolina Council of the Blind. I did agree, but I made him promise to remain on the Environmental Access Committee because I didn't want to do that without him. He did, of course. And as you heard, as president of the North Carolina Council of the Blind, he initiated ADA actions that ultimately allowed North Carolinians to vote to request and submit our absentee ballots online, privately and independently. And that was really awesome. Totally blind and with additional disabilities, including deafness and some spatial and learning issues, Chris broke barriers, ultimately ending up completing law school and being part of a group of lawyers that wrote the ADA, which is pretty impressive. He also served as an attorney with the EEOC to develop ADA employment regulations. Most recently, Chris prepared ACB's comments for the manual on uniform traffic control devices, quite a daunting task. 10 seconds.
and he did an incredible job. Chris is passionate about ACB and its future and has lots of ideas about how to bring new leaders forward in ACB.
Fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Becky. Thank you so much. And next, we are going to hear for the speaker for Connie Sims, and it is Pat Sheehan. Pat Sheehan, you have 1 minute. Would you like a time reminder?
Dan, no, I think I'm okay.
All right. Well, we will allow you. Let me know when you're ready, and please go ahead and begin.
I'm ready to go, Dan. Thank you very much. thank you, ACB, for listening to me this morning. As I stated yesterday, Connie has done a lot, and I think she deserves a seat on the 2021. She's given you universal voting. As an advocate, she has been part of the Health and Wellness Committee, and in leadership, she has received the award from JP Morgan Chase Fellows in 2020. We have lost 2 women from the board of directors this week. I think we need to vote Connie in as an effective lady who is good at communication, effective leadership, very good at getting things done, and is a good communicator, very hardworking. She also brings low vision capabilities to the board and has role expertise. She will also be able to represent the voting task force 2.0 on the board of directors. We need someone with that expertise to
Time.
voting.
Time. Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you, Patrick. All right, you have heard the speeches from our 2 candidates for the 5th position on the American Council of the Blind Board of Directors. Chris Bell from Pittsboro, North Carolina, and Connie Sims from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Now let's hear an election announcement. Thank you, candidates and speakers, for your wonderful presentations this morning. Next, I would like to introduce Nancy Marks Becker, our Chief Financial Officer, also playing the role as our ACB election supervisor for our elections throughout this convention. So Nancy, could you please share with us some information about the upcoming in-person voting and how folks should stay connected through the Vote Now process?
I sure can, Dan. Thank you. So to vote for this election, you will need to go to the Vote Now website using the link you were provided, or to vote by phone, call 844-875-0261 and have your unique voter code ready also. If you need administrative help, call the Minneapolis office at 612-332-3242. The voting polls will close at 1:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 a.m. Pacific, and 7:15 a.m. Hawaiian time. You will be using the same unique voter code for elections all week because your ballot will be reset after each election has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And voting is now open for the 2021 conference and convention. Good luck, everyone. Thank you, Nancy. And I want to just remind all of our affiliate delegates, please be heading over to the affiliate Zoom room to get ready for your roll call election. For those that are listening in the Minneapolis office, I just want to let you know, I recently heard that we are still waiting for the Vote Now system to open for the election for this morning. So just making sure that we are online, if you could please check. And now, it is my honor to introduce today our ACB Angels. Again, this is really special to me. I knew each of these individuals. They're wonderful contributors to our organization. And today we would like to honor first Kathy Brockman from Wisconsin, and then Bob Dillon, brother of Dan Dillon from Minnesota, and Donnie Corley, brother of Beth Corley from Tennessee. The testimonies for today's angels will be read by Tony Stevens, Development Director from Baltimore, Maryland. So I'd now like to turn it over to Tony to hear testimony from Kathy, Bob, and Donnie.
Eight.
You want me to tell Tony now, or is it too late?
And if I may, Dan, just an announcement that Minneapolis says they'll be open in 5 minutes.
Okay,
I
so
don't know if we're on or not.
So yes, we are, Janet. Thank
Okay.
you. So
Sorry about
vote
that.
now apologizes. We will be online for the individual candidates' votes in 5 minutes. We still have plenty of time today. Voting will be open until 1:15. So plenty of times to get your votes in for today. I'm going to go ahead and take a minute and have Janet kind of review with everybody what we have to look forward to today at the convention while we are working to get our Angels presentations ready for today. So if you can, Janet, if you could please share with us, what is, I know we've got a wonderful primetime show this evening and lots of wonderful breakout sessions.
Dan loves to do this to me. He just throws these fun things out at me.
I do. And I believe that primetime show is on Smart Financials.
It is. It's all, we have a panel of, I believe there's 12 people on this panel, and they're talking about everything financial, from getting your credit reports to banking online to how to do a spreadsheet for your finances. I mean, this is going to be an amazing session. And, knowing about your finances is important for everybody. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You can have, an extra $5, or you can have $5 million. You still need to be financial savvy. And there's so many ways nowadays to access and work with your finances online. And this session is going to give us a lot of information on how to accomplish that. And I know it's going to be a good session with Jeff Bishop and the IAC on there, getting things out for us. But also today at 2:30, the diabetics are doing their diabetics and advocacy, how to advocate for yourself as a diabetic. CCLVI has a session. I love this title, Family. That's what friends are for. And so that's, all the camaraderie in CCLVI and how to work together. Lua and BRL will have a visit from our ACB talking book, our talking book narrator, who will be with us later on this morning to address our group. And then
he seems like he'll be really exciting to listen to. I'm really looking forward to that later on into the general session today, right after our break.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with him, and I downloaded a couple of books, and he's a tremendous reader. He does a lot of science fiction, I believe.
Yeah.
And a lot of other things. So, Guide Dogs are having a session on Help the Future for driving, about driverless cars. That's going to be a very compelling session. Later on, we have Living to the Fullest with Diabetes at 4 p.m. BPI, their audio description program about audio description and drag. I love their title, Dragging the Boys of Audio Description Behind the Curtain.
That sounds fascinating. I love it.
Every time I hear that, it makes me.
VPI, that affiliate is so creative, I tell you.
They are.
Yes.
I know. And then we have with our longtime ACB friend, Judy Dixon, Meet the Author, about her new book on audio description and streaming. Our membership committee is putting on a session on how to create a successful virtual conference. Boy, that's sure timely, because we're still doing a lot virtually, and that's going to give us some important information. Oh, and then there's a session which I need and should attend one of these years by our own First Lady and auction chair extraordinaire, Yoga with Leslie Spoon. And she'll get you all moving and fit and limber.
She loves it. I gotta
I
tell
know
you.
she does. I need to go one of these days. She'll be shocked one day I'll show up.
She'll be
Um,
gentle, Janet. You should give it a try.
Yeah. When I have time, which is never. ACB Lions is doing a lesson in leadership with I believe I don't have the description right in front of me, but it's the national, I believe it's the first vice president of Lions International. So that's going to be a very great session on leadership. And then BPI has another one, Behind the Makeup, the art and history of drag. And our audio description in the out of doors with all of our national parks and audio description, how all the projects that we are involved with for description in our national parks. And
Well, I think that's going to be wonderful. That's going to be co-moderated by Jolynn
Jolynn
Bailey
Bailey
Page, our ADP coordinator, and Clark Rackfall, our
Yep.
advocacy and governmental affairs director. That should be really good.
And then don't miss the DKM reception honoring.
That's going to be fantastic.
Yep. And then APH is having a session today. So
fantastic.
And then of course we have the financial freedom. And I want to talk about, and we have a couple baby boomers trivia tonight.
Mhm.
That's
Oh,
my,
yeah. That's right in my era. I'm a
mine
baby
too.
boomer.
Me too. Then we have a night of music and protest, how music and protest go hand in hand.
Mhm.
And Next Gen has their evening social. Let's talk a little bit about our tours for today. We have our tour channel, and today there's only one tour that's not that will not be available as a podcast. And I've checked out, I've gotten bits and pieces of this one, and it's the Walt Disney Family Museum. And it's really fun because it talks about the making of, how Disney got started from Steamboat Willie on. And the segments that I caught, one of them anyway, was about different things at Disney Land, and then now Disney World, but it's a small world after all, and the electric company. And I remember going to all these things as a kid, so that was kind of fun to see.
Janet, I'll give you one quick story, and then we'll check back over with Rick and see if we don't have the Angels right now, we can go ahead and do the affiliate roll call. But I have to tell you that as a young child, I would, as a teenager, I was not stuck down here. I lived in Orlando, and Disney World arrived.
Stuck in Florida.
Stuck in Orlando, yes. But so what happened is that, my family went to Disney the third day it was opened at Disney World. And, you'd heard so much about the It's a Small World ride. Of course, they were still working the kinks out. So we went on It's a Small World. It was the first thing we did when we got to the park. And it got halfway through and stopped. And we sat there for 45 minutes and heard the It's a Small World song. So I have to tell you, I have no interest to go see the It's a Small World attraction again.
When I was watching the tour, and as soon as they mentioned Small World, that song got stuck in my head and was in there for days.
Oh, it is. It is so contagious. You cannot get it. You cannot.
And you can hear it all over for quite a ways in the park.
Well, let us check with our technical supervisor and see if we don't have the Angel presentations at this time, if we are ready to move forward with the affiliate roll call. So if I could get an acknowledgement.
Oh, no. No.
Rick, are we good to move to the affiliate roll call?
You got it, Rick, right?
Okay.
Good.
All right, thank you. So we will now move over to the affiliate roll call vote. Again, I want to let everybody know that following the affiliate roll call, we will have
we've got the Angels.
We have the Angels. All right, so let us go ahead and play our ACB Angels for today. Again, 3 individuals that had wonderful, full lives, and ACB was a part of their live experience. And those are Kathy Brockman from Wisconsin, served on the MMS committee, just a wonderful individual, as well as Bob Dillon, brother of Dan Dillon, and Donnie Corley, brother of Beth Corley. So now I'd like to introduce Tony Stevens to share our angel testimonies for today.
Kathy Brockman, November 30th, 1947 to July 26, 2020. Presented by the Wisconsin Council of the Blind. Kathy was born in Plymouth, Massachusetts to Manuel and Marianne Miller Silva. She retired from the federal government after working 30 years for the Social Security Administration. She spent her adult life volunteering tirelessly for organizations that serve people who are blind and visually impaired. She received many awards and recognitions for her work, including induction into the Milwaukee County Department of Aging and Senior Citizens Hall of Fame. Kathy loved to knit, read, and even bowl. She bowled for 45 years and was an active member of the American Blind Bowling Association, serving 2 years as its president. She was involved on local, state, and national organizations. Married to her husband Patrick for 32 years, she was loved by many throughout the ACB family and will be missed. Robert Bob Dillon, born April 1944, died April 13th, 2021. Dan Dillon, ACB board member, said this to say about his brother Bob. He has always been very supportive of me, no matter what I was involved with at the time. He was always very much mechanically inclined. Bob could take anything apart and put it back together. He could fix anything. Bob was very much aware of blindness issues and was a lion for many, many years. Whenever we would talk, we would try to solve all the problems of the world. He was well read and always had interesting things to say. I chose Bob to be the best man at my 2 weddings because he, by far, was the best man I could think of. He was always willing to lend a helping hand and will be sorely missed. Donald Wayne Corley, December 4th, 1949 to August 12th, 2019. From the sister of Don, ACB member Beth Corley. In life, Don was full of mischief, fun, and laughter, as well as full of love, generosity, and heartfelt empathy for anyone who needed help, was downtrodden, or just needed joy and a smile. His wife and 2 children were given a legacy of goodwill to others and love for all. Donnie retired as an executive with the Sanford Borough Corporation. As a brother, we were always very close, although throughout his life he loved to give me wet willies in my ear and nuggies on my head. He also gave me a kidney 32 years ago, which has provided for me a full and healthy life. I am so blessed to have had such a brother, and I have no doubt that if you ever had a chance to meet Don, you too would have felt greatly blessed.
Thank you so much, Tony, for those wonderful testimonials. And I want to again acknowledge Kathy, Bob, and Donnie for their participation and support of the American Council of the Blind. Again, real quickly, I want to make a special announcement that there will be an advocacy announcement associated with the Olympics that will come out following our affiliate roll call vote today from our advocacy director, Clark Rackful, with the American Council of the Blind. So please stay tuned to this network after our affiliate voting for that special announcement. I now would like to turn over the affiliate roll call vote to Denise Colley, ACB Secretary from Lacey, Washington. Denise, take it.
Not an individual thing.
Okay, Denise, you're on.
All right, so we're ready for the roll call. I am going to do this in this order. Chris Bell, and then Connie Sims. So if you can give me your numbers in that order, it would be really helpful. Alabama, 3 votes. Alabama. Arizona, 2 votes.
Arizona Council of the Blind cast 1.5 votes for Bell, 0.5 votes for Sims.
1.5 Bell, 0.5 Sims. Excuse me.
Yes. Denise, this is Nancy. Can I back up to Alabama? I didn't catch that one. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Alabama cast 3 votes for Connie Sims.
3 Sims. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I apologize.
Arkansas, 2 votes.
Arkansas cast 2 votes for Sims.
2 votes, Sims. California, 22 votes. California?
All right, I'll jump in for him.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
There he is.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my mute button wasn't unmuting. Sorry, California votes cast 14 votes for Chris Bell and 8 votes for Connie Sims.
14 Bell, 8 Sims. Colorado, 1 vote. Colorado? Connecticut, 1 vote.
Connecticut cast 0.5 for Bell and 0.5 for Sims.
0.5 Bell, 0.5 Sims. Delaware, 1 vote.
Delaware cast 1 vote for Chris Bell.
1 Bell. District of Columbia, 1 vote.
District of Columbia Council of the Blind cast 1 vote for Sims.
1 Sims. Florida, 25 votes.
Florida cast 7 for Bell, 18 Sims.
7 Bell, 18 Sims. Georgia, 5 votes.
Georgia casts 1.5 votes for Bell, 3.5 votes for Sims.
1.5 Bell, 3.5 Sims. Hawaii, 3 votes.
Hawaii Association of the Blind casts 3 votes for Bell.
3 Bell. Illinois, 3 votes.
Illinois, 1.5 Bell, 1.5 Sims.
1.5 Bell, 1.5 Sims. Indiana, 4 votes.
2 for Bell, 2 for Sims.
2 Bell, 2 Sims. Iowa, 3 votes.
1 Bell, 2 Sims.
1 Bell, 2 Sims. Kansas, 3 votes.
Kansas, 3 votes Bell.
3 Bell. Kentucky, 8 votes. Oh, 18, no, 12, excuse me. Kentucky, 12.
Kentucky casts 3 votes for Bell, 9 votes for Sims.
3 Bell, 9 Sims. Bluegrass, 3 votes.
Bluegrass, 3 votes, Sims.
3 Sims. Louisiana, 3 votes.
2 Bell, 1 Sims.
2 Bell, 1 Sims.
Hey, ma'am.
Maine, 2 votes. Maryland, 3 votes.
Bell, 0.5, Sims, 2.5.
0.5 Bell, 2.5 Sims. Bay State, 8 votes.
Massachusetts casts 4 votes Bell, 4 votes Sims.
4 Bell, 4 Sims. Michigan, 7 votes.
Michigan casts 2 votes for Bell, 5 votes for Sims.
2 Bell, 5 Sims. Minnesota, 3 votes.
Minnesota casts 2.5 Bell, 0.5 Sims.
2.5 Bell, 0.5 Sims. Mississippi, 3 votes.
Mississippi cast 3 votes Bell.
3 Bell. Missouri, 22 votes.
Missouri casts 22 votes for Connie Sims.
22 Sims. Nebraska, 1 vote.
Nebraska, 1 vote Bell.
1 Bell. Nevada, 2 votes.
Nevada, 1 vote Bell, 1 vote Sims.
1 Bell, 1 Sims. New Jersey, 2 votes.
New Jersey casts 2 votes Bell.
2 Bell. New York, 9 votes.
New York casts 7 Bell, 2 Sims.
7 Bell, 2 Sims. North Carolina, 3 votes.
North Carolina, the great North State, 3 votes, President Bell.
3 Bell. North Dakota, 10 votes.
North Dakota cast 5.5 for Bell, 4.5 for Sims.
5.5 Bell, 4.5 Sims. Ohio, 8 votes.
Ohio cast 2 Bell, 6 Sims.
2 Bell, 6 Sims. Oklahoma, 22 votes.
Oklahoma casts 16.5 Bell, 5.5 Sims.
16.5 Bell, 5.5 Sims. Oregon, 5 votes.
Oregon casts 5 votes Connie Sims.
5 Sims. Pennsylvania, 8 votes.
Pennsylvania votes 6 for Chris Bell and 2 for Connie Sims. Kathy Long.
6 Bell, 2 Sims. South Dakota, 3 votes.
South Dakota casts are 3 votes for Connie Sims.
3 Sims. Tennessee, 5 votes.
Tennessee cast 2.5 Bell, 2.5 Sims.
2.5 Bell, 2.5 Sims. Texas, 12 votes.
Texas cast 11 votes Bell, 1 vote Sims.
11 Bell, 1 Sims. Utah, 18 votes.
Utah, 13.5 Bell, 4.5 Sims.
13.5 Bell, 4.5 Sims. Vermont, 3 votes. Vermont. Virginia, 2 votes.
Virginia, 2 Bell.
2 Bell. Washington, 17 votes.
Washington votes 9 Bell, 8 Sims.
9 Bell, 8 Sims. Mountain State, 2 votes.
Mountain State casts 2 votes for Chris Bell.
2 Bell. Thank you. Wisconsin, 1 vote.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
1
you.
vote Sims.
1 Sims. Thank you. Wyoming, 1 vote. Wyoming. All right, so we'll move on to the special interest affiliates. Alliance on Aging and Vision Loss, 3 votes.
2.5 Bell, 0.5 Sims.
2.5 Bell, 0.5 Sims. Teachers, 2 votes.
Teachers vote 1 for Bell, 1 vote for Sims.
1 Bell, 1 Sims. Attorneys, 2 votes. Attorneys. ACB Diabetics, 3 votes.
3 votes Sims.
3 Sims. ACB Families, 3 votes.
Families votes 2 Bell, 1 Sims.
2 Bell, 1 Sims. Government Employees, 1 vote. Government Employees. ACB Lions, 4 votes.
ACB Lions, 2 votes Bell, 2 votes Sims.
2 Bell, 2 Sims. ACB Next Generation, 3 votes.
ACB Next Generation will cast 0.5 votes for Chris Bell, 2.5 votes for Connie Sims.
0.5 Bell, 2.5 Sims. Radio Amateurs, 1 vote.
ACB Radio Amateurs cast 1 vote for Chris Bell.
1 Bell. Students, 2 votes. Students. Bits, 8 votes.
Bits cast 3.5 Bell, 4.5 Connie Sims.
3.5 Bell, 4.5 Sims. Blind LGBT Pride, 6 votes.
BPI cast 2 Chris Bell, 4 Connie Sims.
2 Bell, 4 Sims.
Thank you.
Rail Revival League, 9 votes.
Rail Revival League casts 5 votes Bell, 4 votes Sims.
5 Bell, 4 Sims. CCLVI, 10 votes.
CCLVI, 3.5 Bell, 6.5 Sims.
$3.5 Bell,
6.5 Sims.
6.5 Sims. Friends in Arts, 4 votes.
Friends in Art votes 3 Bell, 1 Sims.
3 Bell, 1 Sims. Guide dog users, 15 votes.
Guide dog users votes 8 votes for Chris Bell and 7 votes for Connie Sims.
8 Bell, 7 Sims. Ivy, 2 votes.
Ivy casts 2 votes for Chris Bell.
2 Bell. Lua, 7 votes.
3.5 Bell, 3.5 Sims.
3.5 Bell, 3.5 Sims. RSVA, 13 votes.
RSVA cast 13 votes for Chris Bell. And Kevin could not get unmuted, so can you do his governmental affairs from my phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll call that one again, so have him.
Okay. Thanks.
13 Bell. Viva, 1 vote.
Veterans, 1 vote. Sims.
1 Sims. Okay. Nancy, the ones we did not get.
Okay, so we have Colorado.
Colorado, 1 vote. Colorado. Okay, 1.
Vermont.
Vermont, 3 Sims.
Get down to you, Vermont. You said 3 Sims?
Yes, 3 Sims.
3 Sims, thank you. Okay.
Wyoming.
Wyoming, 1 vote. Wyoming. Okay.
Next is AAVIA, the attorneys.
Attorneys.
2 Bell.
2 Bell. Thank you. And government employees. 1 vote.
Government employees, 0.5 Sims, 0.5 Bell.
0.5 Bell, 0.5 Sims.
ACB students.
ACB students, 2 votes.
2 votes for Sims.
2 Sims.
Denise, I believe we've.
That's everybody.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that completes the call of the roll.
I'm sorry, did we get Alabama?
They got it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we did.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back from that exciting roll call affiliate vote between Chris Bell and Connie Sims for our 5th position on the ACB Board of Directors. I now would like to take this opportunity while Denise is racing back through that virtual hallway to get back over to our general session for the remainder of her role as our presenter today. I would like to introduce Clark Rackful, our Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs, for a special advocacy report. Clark.
Thank you so much, Dan, and hello again, ACB. So it's come to the attention of ACB and many of our members that this is a little emotional for me, being a Paralympian as well. But Paralympic swimmer Rebecca Myers, as reported in the news, has had to withdraw from Team USA for the Paralympic Games. As reported in the news, this is due to her not receiving her reasonable accommodation requests. I know this is something that impacts a lot of ACB members like it does me, especially the members of our sight and sound impaired committee, excuse me. Obviously, we don't have all the answers to this situation. We've reached out to Becca Myers to offer her our support and learn more. And earlier today, ACB Executive Director Eric Bridges reached out to the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, expressing our alarm and concerns and letting them know that we require and our members demand more information into their policies and practices surrounding reasonable accommodations. This is an issue that ACB is striving to do better in as well. On Friday, the ACB board updated and adopted a new accommodations policy for all of our ACB events, whether those are in person, virtual, hybrid, or our electronic communications. And this is something that we will do our best to implement to meet the needs of all of our members and the broader community as well. Also, we still plan to highlight the Olympic opening ceremonies on Friday. This is a celebration of all of those athletes that are representing Team USA and the great accessibility work and collaboration of our partners at Comcast and NBC Universal that are making this happen. So as we learn more, we will share more information with our members. And we still look forward to highlighting Olympians and Paralympians from around the world this Friday as well. So Dan, thank you.
Clark, how can our members help support this? Should we be reaching out to our senators and representatives? Should we be reaching out to the Department of Justice? What is the best step for our members to advocate on behalf of a member of our community that is not receiving the reasonable accommodations they deserve?
Sure. At this point, Dan, as we seek additional information, I'd recommend that all members share the ACB letter. You should be seeing this fairly shortly on the ACB website, social media, and shared over the ACB lists. Help get the word out that we are alarmed and very concerned by these policies, and we require more information. Share this with your elected officials and share this with anyone who you think can help disseminate and raise the profile of this issue.
Thank you, Clark. This is a moment where we need our community to come together, not just reaching out to our public officials. Call your radio stations, call your newspapers, call your television stations. Say you are a member of the blind and visually impaired community, and this is unacceptable. This is a time for public awareness. There's not time for legislation here. It needs to be a groundswell of our community coming together and just letting everybody know that this is unacceptable. It is not right. Thank you, Clark. Thank you for that special report. And now I'm going to turn it back over. Let me do one more quick reminder. Again, the election between Chris Bell and Connie Sims is still going on. The Vote Now ballot will be open until 1:15 today. So again, please, plenty of time still left to vote. So get your vote in, make your vote count, make your voice count. And now I would like to introduce Denise Colley from Lacey, Washington, our ACB secretary, and today's presenter for our ACB conference and convention. Denise? Okay, Denise may still be scurrying back down the hallway here. I heard her come in, but maybe she hasn't made it yet. At this point in time, I believe I heard Kathy Martinez come in, the new president of Disability Rights. And so I would like, at this time, Kathy, if you're okay, I would like to introduce you and welcome you to our American Council of Blind Conference and Convention. So Kathy, good to see you.
Hear you. Good to see you. Well, actually, I
both can't see, but it's one of those
That's
terms
all
you
right.
just kind of use. So yeah, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dan. And wow, I'm sorry, Denise. I didn't mean to take your spot, but I guess these things happen when we're on Zoom. So everybody, thank you for. I'd like to just thank the organizers and wish ACB a happy 60th birthday. You're almost as old as me. So I guess we grew up in the same, I guess we're part of the same generation. It's really an honor to be speaking for you guys. I have been a member of the blind community for a long time. For those of you who may know me, you're probably in the older generation of this organization, and I'm sure many of the young folks don't have a clue who I am. But I have been around. And a little bit about me, and then I want to talk about the work that DRA is doing and the work that we're doing with the American Council of the Blind. So I was born blind quite a while back. I'm part of a very large Latinx family. I have a blind sister who you all probably know, Peggy. So Peggy and I were the two middle kids of 6. I would say we were very lucky. We had one of those sets of parents who really encouraged us, who expected things, who had relatively high expectations, I would say, sometimes too high. Excuse me. But the fact that we were raised in a very large family, I think really helped prepare us for adulthood. She and I were also mainstreamed. And I think that's obviously a very different experience than somebody who went to a school for the blind. As a person who was coming to age in the 70s and 80s, I guess, I was very active in various movements before I got involved in the disability rights movement. We lived near strawberry fields in Southern California, and I was very taken by the situation that I would find or noticed farm workers in. I got very involved in the youth movement of the United Farm Workers. Then, of course, and so I was able to identify with the Latino side of me and, learn a little bit of Spanish. Although my parents did speak Spanish, but we didn't really speak it as kids too much. So I actually had to learn it as a teenager and young adult. Then, of course, the women's movement was big, was in full swing at that time. So while I really loved the work of the farm workers movement and the women's movement and the LGBTQ movement, I didn't feel like I was completely included. I think they really didn't understand how to include a blind person. At that time, we really didn't have much. I would carry around my Perkins Braille in my backpack because I was a terrible slate and stylus user. But I learned a lot from them. I learned about political organizing. I learned about, how you really can't. There's no such thing as an oppression hierarchy, right? If you come from a marginalized group, your oppression is just as valid as anybody else's. So it wasn't until really 1977 when I discovered the disability rights movement. I had no idea what that was. I didn't know there was such thing as disability pride. I was actually at the orientation center for the blind in Albany, California, when I got a flyer saying there's this demonstration to protect and defend our civil rights. I went to the San Francisco Federal Building. I did not go inside because I didn't want to get kicked out of OCB. Although I have to say the staff was very supportive in kind of a down low kind of way, but they really were. But I didn't want to get kicked out. I didn't want to put Al Jenkins in a bad spot. So, and he didn't want to be put in a bad spot. So, I went, I discovered, wow, being at that 504 demonstration, it hadn't turned into a sit-in yet, but it was heading in that direction. The thing that I found was there were so many different groups of people. There were folks from the Black Panthers, folks from the blind community, the deaf community. There was just this incredible cadre of people with a variety of disabilities. And even the farm workers, UFW, supported them. Just lots of different groups. And I was like, wow, this is an amazing place, right? So moving quickly on, I've been involved in the disability rights movement ever since. Obviously being a blind person, I've been very involved with both organizations, ACB and NFB. And I guess I would say, since I was an adult and I started working in the disability space, my focus has been economic justice and financial empowerment. I started my career at the Center for Independent Living in Berkeley, moving quickly to the World Institute on Disability, where I worked for 16 years and eventually became the executive director. And really spent a lot of time out of the country. I was very interested, in how other cultures dealt with disability and blindness in particular. So the World Institute on Disability had an international division, which I was involved with and ultimately led. And I was, very taken with the idea that that the world, not only the US, but other countries were taking the issue of disability rights seriously. So I spent a lot of time in other countries in the 90s. In 2000s, I don't know, something happened. I realized, gosh, there's so many people in my community, in the Latino community, that are not, oh dear, somebody is at my door. This is very uncomfortable. I don't know. I just don't know what to do.
Is it an urgent situation where you need to take a minute? We can
Yeah,
pause.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No problem, Kathy. Just we'll pause for 1 moment. Yeah, but we're flexible at the American Council of the Blind.
Well, this is great. This is Janet, because Dan was so on the spot, I didn't get a chance to jump in. And for anyone who is attending this code for continuing education purposes, the opening code for this segment was 88541. So for continuing education and personal development, the opening code for Kathy Martinez's segment is 88541.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Jan.
guys. Sorry, it was a neighbor that there was a bit of an emergency.
Oh, well, welcome back.
But we're all good. So, you know, in the 2000s, I realized that, like, wow, man, there's still so much work to do here. And I was very lucky that I was able to get somebody from the Department of Education to lead a project called Proyecto Visión, which was really focusing on, you know, Latino, the Latino disability community and jobs and employment. My passion has really been, like I said, around financial, economic justice, you know, how we are, you know, people with disabilities that want to work, how can we work, people with disabilities that are able to work, you know, so that has been really kind of the driving force in my work. In 2009, I was nominated by President Obama and confirmed by the Senate to be an Assistant Secretary of Labor for the Office of Disability Employment Policy. And that gave me the opportunity to really help put things in place, right? We never do things alone. And so I was able to launch a project called Add Us In, where we brought minority-owned businesses together and helped work with them to hire more people with disabilities. You know, that relationship has, you know, lasted for like probably 12 years. And I know that a lot of the minority business organizations, you know, are still include disability in their, you know, in their recruiting. So I feel very proud of that. Also, that was in the time that I was Assistant Secretary, Section 503 got passed. And I cannot take credit for it. We certainly, or my office certainly worked on it, but Pat Chu at Office of Federal Contract Compliance programs, you know, had a lot to do with it. And of course, you know, the White House had to agree to make it into, or to establish the executive order. So because of that executive order, you know, I was kind of, I was the spokesperson or one of them to, you know, to talk to folks about actually getting jobs in with federal contractors who, you know, had large workforces. So, you know, the idea behind Section 503 is that, you know, the large contractors are striving for a 7% utilization goal, and that can include people that they that currently exist in their employment or people that they hire. So, you know, after a year, about a year of, or 6 months or to a year of talking about, you know, people should do this, we really need to see people go into corporate. I thought, well, you know, what am I doing here? I should really, you know, kind of walk the walk, right? As a leader, and, you know, to get out of the way at the Department of Labor so another leader could lead. So I did. You know, I decided I should move on and make room for somebody else. So I looked for a job for a while and was lucky enough to get recruited by Wells Fargo. I had been in the disability bubble since, you know, pretty much my whole working life, at least my whole paid working life. But going to Wells Fargo was a lesson in sort of a reality check for folks that really are out there, not in the disability bubble. I would say that, I was pretty lucky. There were some bumps in my onboarding experience, but the will to get things right was there. Just learning, folks had to learn. And I think we have to give people the opportunity to learn. Fortunately, there were other blind folks at the bank. So I was able to, ask questions, a lot of them. It was a learning curve like no other that I've ever had in my life. Not only did I have to learn how to survive, outside the disability bubble, I had to learn how to be productive without a lot of help. And so that meant that I really had to up my game when it came to technology. My sister happens to be a much better tech user than I am. So I think Peggy got sick of me calling her up and saying, how do you do this? How do you do that? I have to get this done really quick. She was very patient and kind, but, and then of course, other folks in the bank were very helpful. But it really forced me to learn how to use JAWS better. I'm not saying I'm perfect by any means, but I had to learn how to get stuff done on my own. So at Wells Fargo, my job was to lead their disability and accessibility strategy. And I was there for 6 years. When I left, there had been quite a bit of change. I cannot emphasize enough that that Wells Fargo was and is, I'm presuming, there's amazing folks there. I mean, there's nothing that I could not have accomplished what we accomplished alone. There was, significant change around physical access, digital access, but I think the most important thing was the cultural change in the bank. We created lots of opportunity for conversation. We created a community of practice of recruiters and hiring managers so folks could ask questions without feeling afraid to, say something politically incorrect or wrong. We wanted to create a safe space, so we could have these conversations. We also had lots of kind of fireside chats and panels and a variety of discussions about different disabilities. I refuse to be the token disabled person. I think it's a bad place for me. It would be a bad place for whoever, for the bank, right? So I was definitely, definitely very insistent that we get a cadre of speakers representing a variety of disabilities, representing a variety of ethnicities, just the broadest cadre of storytellers that we could get. Because I think when you have one person being the token blind person or the token disabled person, it's not only bad for the person, but it's bad for the company. So one of the things that I'm really proud of, and was a total team effort, was the fact that we were able to have more open conversations about a variety of disabilities, including non-evident disabilities. And that I think really did change the culture. It made people less fearful to come out at work. So when I left, the percentage of people that identified as having a disability was close to 7. I think it was around 6.5. And that's a public figure. So I'm proud of that. It was not, again, it was a group effort. I could never have done it. Wells Fargo has a work population of a workforce of 250,000 people. So as you can imagine, it takes a village to make those types of changes. So it was time. I realized that there was very qualified and capable leaders to take over the work. And again, it was time for me to move on. So since March, I have been leading Disability Rights Advocates, which is a high impact litigation nonprofit law firm. And I have to say, I never expected to lead a group of brilliant I never expected to lead a group of brilliant lawyers, being a non-lawyer. But I was, when I saw the job announcement, I was very, I don't know, it drew me, and I will say I have benefited from many of the cases that DRA has filed. So I will say I'm really proud to be a part of this team that works to advance equal rights and opportunity for all people with disabilities, including those of us who are blind. We use the law as an instrument for social change, the goal being to weave disability and to weave access into all aspects of opportunity. And I was used to say at ODEP, at the Office of Disability Employment Policy, we don't want to be on the special shelf or in a special office or in a special school or separate. And I think, DRA, over DRA's nearly 30 years, we've taken on more and more cases that, have essentially put the meat on the bones of disability, of the ADA, along with other amazing law firms. I mean, we're certainly not the only one, but we are, DRA has done a lot of good work. So I've been at the helm for 5 months. And then DRA has been around for nearly 30 years, resulting in about 500 cases, fighting for increased equity for people with disabilities, including our partnership with ACB. So one of the cases I'm really proud of is that we litigated a case which resulted in conditions to put in place COVID precautions for people with disabilities and people with other risk factors in the immigration and customs enforcement detention facilities. So as a result, thousands of people were released from detention. And for those who remained in the detention centers, better care, treatment, and protocols are now in place. Equally, as I said, I'm proud of all the work that we've done over the years with ACB and the state councils of the blind. Very recently, as you probably have heard, we won a federal judge ordered the state of North Carolina to provide absentee voting ballots for folks with visual impairments. More than 30 years after the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act, NC voters who are blind or visually impaired finally have access or will have access to a ballot, assuming nothing else happens. We're also working with ACB on APS, or accessible pedestrian signal cases. We currently have 2 cases to ensure that street crossings are more accessible in both Chicago and New York. And we've worked together on cases regarding audio description, namely Netflix and Hulu. So I know my time is probably up, but I just want to say that, it's an honor to work with ACB. You guys have a lot of brilliant folks on your teams. And, really the more we work together, the more we will succeed in achieving access and opportunity for everyone. Remember, guys, leadership is a team sport. I think I'll end there. Thank you very much, Dan. Anything else?
Yes, Kathy, I thank you so much. That was really, it was wonderful to hear kind of your life journey. So if you don't mind, have a couple, are you okay for a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay. So throughout your career, I think we're about the same age. So throughout your career, you served not only in non-for-profit, but in, agencies and under the Obama administration, and then moved into the private sector, which is where I spent a lot of my career. And now you're back, kind of in disability rights. So what did you see, what were kind of your your challenges and your rewards. I mean, it just, it's separate, different segments of employment. What did you take away as you kind of made that life journey?
Wow, well, so much. I've had so many amazing mentors and people that pushed me harder and I would say harder than I thought I just think they pushed me harder than I ever thought I could be pushed. So I would say, as a young person, one of the other experience I had was I lived in Mexico. My partner and I adopted our son there. And, I was so judgmental. I remember going to an ACB conference in the 70s, and I saw, people from other countries there, and they were being guided around. And I thought, oh my God, what's wrong? These guys, why don't they know how to use their canes? And I was super judgmental until I lived in a developing country where you have to be guided around.
Right.
There's just no way, because you can't anticipate the barriers that you're going to find. Even, walking to, a few blocks, there's just not the same infrastructure that we have here, at least those of us in the city. So that's what really inspired me to get involved in international work, because, I was so judgmental at that conference. And then when I moved to Mexico and lived in Mexico, I realized, wow, now I really get it. And, there's not the understanding of disability as a social construct. It's changing. And that was in the early 80s. So, things have changed. I think, what the takeaway is that things are getting better. We still, live with stigma, and people still have low expectations. But I think, I feel that things are getting better. If you're as old as me, then we remember before the ADA when
most certainly,
when the accessibility factor was on us. It didn't even, nobody thought that society should have a role in making itself accessible. Just surviving in a world that wasn't built for us wasn't. I mean, it's still going on. We're still, surviving and we're still struggling. But I think now at least folks know that they have to make things accessible. I mean, in certain spheres, that's true. For me, I've always been. I'm just like, I love learning. So I have forced myself to get out of my comfort zone, and other people have forced me to get out of my comfort zone. So I can't take full credit for it, but it was really hard. I mean, I was excited to work for Wells Fargo, but I was also like, I don't know anything about the financial services industry, nor have I ever worked in a place where people don't get the concept of, disability and accommodations. So when I went there, I had to prove myself as a contributor to my team. But after I did, and after people got to know me, as you probably know, things calmed down. And of course, I needed help. I needed to remind people that they had to provide me accessible documentation. But eventually they got it. It became part of their DNA. Eventually, it took time, and it wasn't perfect. But nothing is perfect. Anyway, I kind of did go on there.
Yeah, well, and I agree with you. It's kind of, I work for an international company, Siemens, with 400,000 employees around the world, and the expectations. Well, first, just in private enterprise, I think the expectations are also always so low coming in as a disabled person, as a blind person, that kind of in a weird way. It made it easy to perform well because it was easy to beat expectations, right? Because of what people thought you were capable of. But I used to always have, How about you? Did you have that kind of same experience a little bit?
Well, in my life I have, yes, there are advantages to low, having low expectations.
It's not a good thing, but I'm just saying it's a reality. Yeah.
Right. But this is the thing that was different. in situations, I mean, like, for example, at Wells Fargo, I was hired as a senior vice president. So there was an expectation that I would perform.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to, because, in corporate, it's a bottom line, right? It's especially at a bank. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
although I do believe Wells Fargo is a bank with heart, it's still a bank.
Yep.
So I was almost scared of the expectations that were put on me to perform. I mean, I was like, oh my God, they really expect me to do this. So I have to do it. I don't know how. So
Yeah, you're always learning. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Dan, I am here.
Okay, thank you, Denise. And so, and then the other part of that, which I found really interesting, was, you would go, I know as a project manager, I went for the first time to a meeting, across the pond, and, there I am, and, meeting all my German colleagues, and their expectation was, or thoughts were, what in the world is this guy doing here, right? So my personal challenge was, how do I perform at a level so in a month when we have our next meeting, they're wanting Dan Spoon to be at that meeting because I'm adding value. You have to prove that value, and I'm sure you've experienced that throughout your life.
Well, it is true. I mean, that's part of our system, right? If you've got to add value, whether I agree with that or not. I think it's true, especially if you're in a corporation.
Yeah.
They don't mess around, and it ultimately is about the bottom line, even though, I think some corporations used to say it's the right thing to do. But the thing that I guess I would say is that the goal for me, and the goal for me in my life, is to weave accessibility into systems, not have special, because when budgets get tight, special disappears, right? So
correct.
Anything
Yes.
separate or special, and anything that's personality based. So, in some companies, when the passionate cheerleader for disability leaves, the whole program falls apart. So the goal, I think, for us as a disability community is to continue to work with other diverse groups, ethnic, LGBTQ, and I just want to give a shout out to the Blind Pride folks, and folks in the aging community where vision loss is prevalent. I think the next frontier is to really weave disability into these social justice movements, and see disability as not special. So see disability or accessibility as standard operating practice, as part of a system, so that when the champion of disability leaves, the system doesn't fall apart.
Right. Make it part of the institutional knowledge. Hey, more quick question. I'll let you go, Kathy. And that is, I really enjoyed your comments related to the Latino community and the Hispanic community. And American Council of Blind is working very hard through our Multicultural Affairs Committee to really strengthen our outreach. And so, with your wonderful background and experience there, what is the best way for us to connect with the Latino community, as we are growing now a special subcommittee under our Multicultural Affairs to focus on Spanish language and outreach?
Well, congratulations for that. I'm very proud of the disability community for especially in the last few years, really making efforts to diversify. I think that's really critical. If you think about it, the Latino community actually has a higher incidence of disability than a lot of other communities, due to high injury jobs, due to bad healthcare, due to secondary conditions related to diabetes and hypertension, which diabetes, a lot of these secondary disabilities result in low vision or blindness. So yay for you. I think, the best thing you can do, it's like when they ask me, what's the best training for hiring a person with a disability? The answer is hire a person with a disability.
Yes.
The same goes for, anybody that you want to weave in to your culture, you've got to bring in Latinos, Spanish speakers. I just think that that's the answer. You've got to weave in the change that you want to see into your own staff. And that's really it, because, and believe me, we are not a homogenous group. Latinos have as many differing opinions, political stripes, sexual orientation as any other group. So, it's a complicated but amazing journey when we weave all types of difference into our workforces.
Well, thank you, Kathy. Thank you for your coming and sharing your story and conversation with us today. And congratulations on your new next opportunity in your career. I would look forward to working with you very closely here over the next few years.
Thank you for your partnership. ACB has been an amazing partner, and we will definitely be in touch, Dan. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kathy.
You bet.
Bye-bye. And Denise, well, first, Janet, I think we have a closing code for.
I do.
I have them.
Oh, you got
I
it.
have
Denise?
them.
Oh,
Yeah,
Denise,
I
okay.
have them.
I'll
All
let
right.
you do that.
Go ahead. Our closing code, Denise.
So they already got the opening code?
Yes, they did. Yes.
All right. So your closing code is 71375. That's 71375. And if you have any additional questions for Kathy, you can send them to questions@acb.org and we will get them to her.
Well, thank you, Denise. And now I would like to officially welcome Denise Colley, our ACB secretary, back as our Wednesday presenter for the ACB conference and convention. So welcome, Denise. And I believe we're taking it up next with CCLVI scholarship. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dan. I just need to be three of me today. That's just kind of how it goes. Yes, the next item on the agenda is some more scholarship presentations. And I just want to say that I've really missed doing this year. I really want to give a big shout out to Rebecca Bridges for taking the helm and moving the scholarship program forward in my absence while I was dealing with some health issues. So first of all, this morning, we are going to hear from David Trott, who's chair of the CCLVI scholarship program, to present their three recipients for their scholarships. And then we will hear from more members of the ACB Scholarship Committee to present to you some more of our amazing scholarship winners. And your opening code, EU code for this presentation is 59146. That's for the CCLVI scholarship presentations, 59146. And the opening code for the ACB scholarship presentations is 66277. That's 66277. So let's now hear about more of our scholarship winners.
We have three great winners that you'll hear from today, along with our mentor and sponsor, Mr. Fred Scheich. It's a great opportunity. We've been wanting to do this interview with Fred so that you could learn about what he's done for the CCLVI scholarship and the lives of the people Fred's touched. Because each year he's given the scholarship committee the opportunity to meet so many wonderful people with so many great goals and skills. It's just unbelievable. So we're so excited about the interview, but we'll get to that later. First, I want you to hear from our recipients. And first out of the box, a member of the CCLVI Scholarship Committee, Miss Leslie Spoon, will introduce our freshmen.
Okay. Thank you, David, so much for having me today. I want to say thank you to Angela Lanier and Ralph Smitherman for being on the selection committee. The CCLVI Freshman Scholarship Committee has chosen Carson McKeague as our winner this year. Carson lives in Geneseo, Illinois, where he graduated from Geneseo High School. He is an Honor Society student, was on the bowling team, and loved helping his other students with many activities. Carson works at his local grocery store where he is a devoted employee, never misses, never calls in sick. They must love him, I tell you. Carson will be attending the University of Wisconsin, Platteville in the fall, studying mechanical engineering. Welcome, Carson.
Okay, thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your life journey and your educational goals.
Well, ever since I have been young, I obviously started off rough with like being the only one in my family legally blind. So it was chaotic for my entire family. But I managed to get lots of help and I luckily was able to succeed from it. And ever since then, I've kind of wanted to go on my way and have tried my best to help others in the way I got help.
Wonderful. And will you be living on campus or will you be living at home when you start your college career?
I will be living on campus.
That's exciting. Have you picked out your dorm room already and taken anything over yet, or will that be further in the fall?
That will be further in the fall, but mid-July I will get to go look around campus again, like actually into the dorm room, since COVID has made it so that the college tools don't allow that.
Oh, that's exciting. Have you picked out new things for your dorm room, like a new refrigerator or posters or anything like that?
I've started on that. We got my desk lamp recently, so we'll get in there.
That's exciting. Now, will you have some accessibility things that you'll take with you, like a computer or a CCTV that we use with low vision, with our low vision devices?
Well, that's actually the reason why I chose the college I'm going to, Platteville, because they had a lot of stuff in general for other students that have help, and even more so for me. So while I'm going to bring an iPad and a MacBook for screen sharing, I'll also be able to have time and a half, note reading, holding out. There's just so much that they have there for me already.
Wow, that is exciting. And so it's all free to you then, correct?
Yeah, all of those accessibility options are free, and the accessibility department was really kind and understanding when I went and talked to them.
Wow, that is so exciting. And in mechanical engineering, what made you choose that field?
Well, ever since I was young, I was always like constantly playing with Legos, taking toys, all sorts of things. And as I became older, I was starting to play more with like video games where I could design and build things and programs where I could do that. So I just kind of was like, hey, if I want to do this and I want to help people, I can do some sort of engineering job.
Wow, that is so cool. So are you going to go to more college? Are you going to get like a bachelor's, a master's? What's your end goal of that?
I'm going to go for a bachelor degree.
Okay. And do you have to go any further than that? Do you have to get a master's or anything?
No, but like they're down the line in order to be more certified, and will. So eventually I will.
Wow, that's so exciting. I am just so proud of you, and we are just so happy that you have won the Fred Scheigert Scholarship this year. And we look forward to seeing you in Omaha in 2022.
Well, thank you for having me there. I can't wait to be there.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Carson. You good luck in your endeavors.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, Carson. We all excited for you, and we think that you'll have a great career ahead of you. And we wish you all the luck in the world. And thank you, Leslie, not only for the interview, but for the great service you and your team give to the scholarship committee. At this time, I'm going to introduce Jim Giroux, and he is going to talk to a gentleman who has made this all possible. I've admired this gentleman from afar for several years. He's made it possible for so many people to have scholarships and further their education and careers. And we're just so blessed to have him. So at this time, to introduce our benefactor, Mr. Fred Scheigert, is Jim Giroux.
Thank you, David. I appreciate the opportunity of being here and being able to talk to Fred very quickly. Just a personal note, I've been a life member of CCLVI since 1990, and I know that, Fred, you've been funding the scholarship program at least since then. Couple of questions for you. Do you know how long roughly you've been funding a scholarship with your own money, if you will? And what made you choose the amount that you chose?
Oh, let's see. I know it's been a good number of years. I don't remember exactly what the first year was. And as far as the amount, I guess I just went with what I felt I could afford at the time. I just stuck with it since.
Okay. Well, and it's obviously it's worked. It's helped a lot of students over the years, and of course, I know I'm sure they appreciate the generosity since you do contribute it from your own pocket, if you will. What made you decide to start the scholarship program and have CCLVI administer the funding, or administer the distribution of the funds? Was there something that motivated you, or what was the rationale behind it?
Well, my dad had always contributed to a scholarship that's named for the widow of the man that founded the company that he worked for, and I felt that was a good thing. And then one day after a local meeting of the Washington area chapter of CCLVI, what's the name? I forget the name right off. But anyway, this lady was there, asked me if I would consider funding a scholarship through the national organization, and I thought about it and decided it was a good thing. So, yeah. Oh, Janet Morrison, that's what the lady was.
Okay. And so the guidelines that we use to determine the recipients, who they are, were those the guidelines that you outlined for CCLVI to administer the program, or was that something you said to the organization, pick the committee and pick the guidelines, and I'll sign off on it? How did those guidelines come about? Was that something that you?
I think the guidelines were determined by the committee with the approval of the board, if I remember right.
So you didn't have any say-so or any input as to guidelines, criteria, travel requirements, and all that?
I suppose I was a member of the committee at the time, so as such, I probably would have had input on the guidelines.
Okay. All right. Well, like I say, Fred, I know you've been doing this for a number of years, and I've only been a member of the committee since 2000, I believe 14 or 15, when Lindsay was chair, and I somehow assumed the responsibility of co-chair. And I can tell you that, and I'm not the one to get really sappy or what have you, but the first time that I made the phone call, and Leslie and I were on that freshman committee together, and we picked that recipient.
Yeah.
I had a feel good all over feeling that knowing that she was happy with the funding and it was going to make a difference in her life. And I've honestly, even to this day, I haven't felt as good as I did then when I made that initial phone call. So Fred, I want to thank you for contributing.
Well, it's very nice that you did.
Well, it is, and like I say, I want to thank you for contributing the funds year after year, and we hope that you continue to do so down the road. So,
Oh, yeah,
again,
yeah, yeah.
again, thanks for all you do, and David, I'll throw it back to you.
Okay, Jim, and Fred, I want to add my thanks along with the thanks of the people on the committee. We have a great committee, and I'm just overwhelmed by the number of scholarships and the money that you give every year. It's truly a blessing to the people that are receiving it, but also for us on the committee, it's a true blessing. We get to meet these people every year, and I come away every year excited for these people and thinking, man, this would have been a great opportunity back in my day, but we still use horse and wagon back then. So, but we do thank you, and God bless you. We certainly appreciate you. Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
At this time, to present the graduate level Fred Scheigert Scholarship is Brian Petrich.
Hello, my name is Brian Petrates, and I am the chair of the CCLVI Graduate Scholarship Subcommittee. And I have the great honor and opportunity to invite and welcome our 2021 recipient, Matthew Turner. Matthew, congratulations. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. I was born in Boise, Idaho, and I'm currently going to school in Boston, Massachusetts at MIT. I did my undergrad there in computer science, and I'm actually continuing my studies next year with a master's degree, also in the same field.
Wonderful. Matt, give me a little bit of an example of some of the projects. You have quite the major and quite the background, a project that you worked on over the last year that kind of illustrates your background or your chosen field of study.
Absolutely. Yeah, so this last year, I had the opportunity to work at BlackRock. I'm into data science and how to kind of combine the fields of CS and economics in order to solve those sorts of problems. So last year, I got to work at BlackRock, where I created a model for them on investments so that they could predict how climate change is going to affect the future investment returns, so they could make better and more sustainable investment decisions.
Wonderful. Well, you have had a great college career up to this point, and it sounds like you're going to have an amazing graduate experience. On behalf of the entire CCLVI Scholarship Committee, we want to congratulate you and best of luck as you pursue your graduate degree.
Thank you so much. And I'd also like to thank the ACB and CCLVI for being so generous in supporting me with my education this year. And hopefully I'm not back for another one next year, because I'll finally be graduated and done. And I look forward to hopefully supporting the next generation of students through scholarships in the future.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thanks.
It's good to be back with you. Our next scholarship recipient is our undergraduate recipient. And to introduce her and talk a little bit about her is Kathy Farina.
3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. And I am here to introduce Megan Downing, who is the undergraduate scholarship winner for the Fred Scheigert 2021 scholarship. Hi, Megan. Good to have you here.
Three, two, one. Hi, I'm Megan Downing. Thank you so much for letting me be here today. I want to thank the CCLVI for giving me this scholarship and for Fred Scheigert. I really wouldn't be able to get educated at Berklee College of Music without this. Berklee is a really unique school, and it actually provides great support for visually impaired and blind students. They have a whole blind program for us, and it's really the only place in the world for the blind musician to be successful, really. And it's just like an honor to be able to receive these scholarships because again, I really wouldn't be able to accomplish my dreams and like help out in my community without this scholarship. So I'm glad to be here and thank you again.
Okay, back at you guys.
Thanks, Rick. Dan will be back soon.
Are they done?
Rick just gave you a cue. It's almost done.
You guys are back.
Okay, you're back, Denise.
Thank you. All right, let me give you the closing CEU code for this segment of the scholarship presentations. It is 39147. That's 39147. And now we're going to hear about some more of our ACB scholarship recipients. And let me give you the opening CEU code again for this segment. It is 66277. That's 66277. And let's hear from another member of the ACB Scholarship Committee.
Hi, this is Lynn Powers. I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana. I am on the Business and County Subcommittee for the scholarship, for ACB scholarships. I would like to congratulate our 4 winners and wish them well in their academic and business interests. They are Brielle Kerr, Chantel Zuzi, Kevin Cohen, and Ryan Thomas. All the best and congrats to you guys.
Hi, I'm Brielle. I'm a 3rd-year student at Fordham University in New York City, and I live in Connecticut. I'm graduating this August with a degree in marketing and consumer insights, and I'm returning to Fordham next year to pursue a master's degree in business analytics. I chose this pathway because I like both the quantitative and the qualitative sides of me. I'm both the drama geek in the theater till 9 p.m., but I also love calculus and coding and data. So I think getting both a degree in analytics and marketing gets to combine that storytelling element of me and the analytical numbers person. So I think it's a good mesh. I would say my proudest accomplishment is really following what I set out to do. I wanted to move to New York City from a very young age because I am a lover of theater and the city and everything that happens and the life and culture of it. It's my favorite. So getting to go to college in New York City has been literally a dream come true, and I can't wait to continue to live here, continue to find internships, meet people, network, see Broadway shows, and really just take a hold of my independence. So yeah, I am so excited to be a city girl now and for many years to come.
Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Chantal Zuzi, and I am originally from the Republic Democratic of Congo. Well, I am going to Wellesley College and will be majoring in international development or international relations. I went to Boncourt High School. I'm just a graduate this year. I have been resettled in the United States in 2018. I lived in a refugee camp for many years, for 4 years. I fled my own country because of different conflicts. And choosing this field will really help me because I want to work with the United Nations and help them to build an international peace, because I do believe that if we all work together, we can get to achieve that goal. And that's why I chose to go for international relations or international development, so that I can this field will enable me to really achieve the goal of working with the United Nations. My greatest accomplishment, I do have a lot of accomplishments, but just really graduating in high school. and going into. I would love to take this opportunity to thank the ACB community for really giving me this opportunity, for just getting the money and that will help me for my education. I really thank you so much. I wish I could have another word to really describe how you guys make me feel. I feel so special to have such an opportunity. College as a first generation in my entire family. My parents did not have such an opportunity to go to school. My mother, who was married at the age of 14, she always encouraged me to have an education, and now they are no longer alive. But I'm so proud of myself, and I'm sure that they are also proud of me where they are to accomplish just going to high school and now heading into college. That's such a big accomplishment in my life.
I just want to thank the scholarship committee and ACB for giving me a chance to speak. I really appreciate it. This upcoming year, I'm going to be attending my second year at Binghamton University in upstate New York, where I'll be continuing to pursue a double degree in economics and accounting on the pre-law track. And this year, I'm going to be attending my second year at Binghamton University, pursuing a double degree in economics and accounting on the pre-law track. So I've always been interested in economics and political issues and discussing solutions to large-scale problems. I'm studying economics to gain a more theoretical understanding of the economy, while the accounting side of my field of study will provide me with a practical foundation in business that hopefully will help me succeed in law school. So one of the accomplishments that I'm most proud of is that in my first year of college, I was a member of the SOURCE project, which is an undergraduate research program. And in my research stream, I conducted scholarly research on the differing asylum policies between the Obama and Trump administration. At the end of the program, I had written a 20-page paper titled Beyond the Rhetoric, Asylum Policy in the Obama and Trump Administration. And I'm pretty proud of that, as it represents my political interests and helped me expand my own research acumen.
Hello, I'm Ryan Thomas. I live in Tucson, Arizona, and I work for Savvy Services for the Blind here. I am going to the University of Arizona, which is in Tucson, and I'm doing a master's degree in accounting with a focus area in finance. And I went into that field of study because I got a job here at Savvy as an accountant, but my bachelor's degree is in economics. So I went back to brush up on accounting, and my greatest accomplishment to date is that in a month or a month and a half or so, I'm being promoted to the chief financial officer here.
Wow, Denise, first of all, isn't that you have a closing code, right? And then
I have
some
closing.
thoughts. Yeah.
Yes, I do have a closing CEU code. It is 81547. That's 81547. And I got to tell you, these, this is just amazing to get to hear from these students. You cannot help but feel a real sense of pride for what we in ACB are able to do to help these students. And I don't know about anybody else on the committee, but I know that every time I get to introduce a scholarship winner, it just makes me want to cry. And when we get to interview them, it's just really special. And I'm feeling this year like it's especially special because we actually, for the first time since I've been involved with the committee, have a former scholarship winner who's now on the committee. So became an ACB member and is now on the committee. So I think that's pretty cool.
It is. And, we've got to give a special shout out to AFB, the American Foundation for the Blind, for partnering with American Council of Blind. And now we have the opportunity to offer over $90,000 of scholarships into 21 different deserving candidates each year. It's just remarkable. And I was really struck, Denise, I don't know about you, but by the diversity of our winning scholarship winners. I mean, we have international students, and we have deaf blind students, and we have people with all kinds of different race and ethnicity backgrounds. It's just women, men. It's just exciting to see all the diversity across the spectrum that we're offering for our students.
Right.
Yeah.
And students attending schools all over the country.
Really, and all kinds of levels and all kinds of different disciplines, you know, from social work to the STEM programs. It's just people getting their secondary, you know, master's degree and graduate degrees. It just makes you feel good, doesn't it?
As and it's going to be exciting next year when, not if, but when we get to be back in person, that you'll actually get to meet some of these students that you've heard about for the last couple of years.
Oh, and
So
can
that's
you
gonna be
imagine?
really cool.
Yeah, with 2 straight virtual conventions, when we get back together, we're going to have 60 scholarship winners to get to.
Yeah.
Isn't that going to be great?
Wow.
And, you know, and 15 JP Morgan Chase fellows and 6 first timers. I think it's going to be, Janet's going to need extra hotel rooms just to get them all you know, safely have a safe place to stay there in Omaha.
Absolutely.
It's going to be just absolutely wonderful. Wow.
Absolutely.
This is fantastic. Before we go, I do want to remind everybody that Vote Now is still open for your individual vote. So you still have about a half hour. The polls close at 1:15, and then we'll be back for election results at 1:30. But what do we got coming up now, Denise?
Well, we are going to take a break until 1 p.m. Eastern time. And then everybody make sure you come back, because if you don't, you're going to miss one of the highlights of our convention every year. And that is the presentation by our talking book narrator. I just love getting to do Wednesdays because it's so much fun to get to meet these narrators and get to know them and get to hear from them. And this year, JP Linton is our talking book narrator. So you better make sure you're back here by 1 p.m. so that you can hear his remarks.
Thanks.
So we will break now till 1 p.m. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. I hope you got to get something to drink and maybe something to eat, and you got to stretch your legs. And now we're back for what I think is an exciting part of our convention every year. Of course, nobody wants to hear from the talking book narrator, right? No, I know that's not true. We'd have a mutiny if we didn't get to hear from our talking book narrators. But before I introduce him, I want to give you the opening CEU code for those of you who are needing it. It is 29687. That's 29687. Well, this year's talking book narrator is one that I'm not real familiar with because I haven't read a lot of the books he reads. So I'm going to be really interested in hearing more about him. Our narrator this year is J.P. Linton, master of the spoken word. He was formerly with Dewar, which was formerly Benefit Media, Inc. And now you're going to have to remind me again who you're with. Index
Audio.
Index Audio. Boy, he's told me that 4 times.
That's all right.
And he is in Manhattan, New York, where he told me it's really raining really hard right now. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce J.P. Linton to talk to us about his experiences as a talking book narrator. Welcome, J.P.
Thank you very, very much. Let me begin by thanking the American Council of the Blind Conference and Convention and the Library Users of America for inviting me to speak at your event. It's an honor for me, and it's more than an honor, it's a privilege. It has always been a privilege for me to narrate books for the National Library Service of the Library of Congress, without question. And of course, as you all probably know, most of the narrators began as actors, and I have always been an actor. I've never stopped being an actor. And that's how we got involved. And I thought it might be interesting to talk a little about the process that we used to go through. And I've been doing this for a number of decades now. I'm not going to tell you quite how many, but it's quite a few. And back in the day, the reason that the title of this little talk I'm giving here is Master of the Spoken Word, those were words that were applied to me by the first studio manager of Talking Productions in New York, who actually hired me. And after working with me for a number of years, he gave me such a wonderful review that my wife thought my website should be entitled Master of the Spoken Word. And of course, to be even considered a master of the spoken word, again, is something that I can't say for myself at all. It's just something that I've always done, and I've always made a living at as an actor, and of course, as a narrator. Now, whether I'm not a master, I'm not so sure, but I do know something about words. So that's kind of the overall theme I'm going to talk about here in terms of what a narrator does and what an actor narrator does. An actor friend of mine, a Broadway actor here in New York, said to me, JP, why don't you audition for the Library of Congress to be a narrator? And of course, I hadn't heard anything about it, and he had been accepted. A wonderful actor. He is still active. He's a very senior actor now. His name is John Horton, and many of your listeners probably know John and his work. And he introduced me to Tony Henderson at Talking Book Productions in New York. And my friend John Horton said, you know what, it's a gig between gigs. So every time your play ends and you're looking for another job, you can go and possibly you will be assigned a book to narrate. Well, I thought it was wonderful. So I went and had my audition. And it was more than an audition. Of course, we had to lay down 5 minutes of fiction, 5 minutes of nonfiction. And then, of course, we had an interview. Well, in the interview, I was asked, how many languages do you speak? Well, I had studied even up in a university level, I'd studied French and I'd studied Latin. Well, that's very good, JP, excellent. How many university degrees or college degrees do you have? And again, I was sort of taken aback. I mean, for gosh sakes, I'm an actor and that's what I do for a living. But no, I needed to answer that question, and I did. I have 2 university degrees, an undergraduate degree in theater arts and a graduate degree in dramatic arts. And that was very good. All right. So then, of course, we have to wait a few weeks and the results come back. And other friends of mine who were even senior actors to me in a sense of length of experience, they had worked at CBC Radio in Toronto, many years. They had a lot of mic experience. I didn't have very much mic experience at that early stage of my career. But they did, they were not accepted. And I was astounded, but I was thrilled and happy and started recording. Back in the day when it was all reel to reel studio recording, and I think most of your listeners probably know what that is. That's, one reel is goes through the recorder to another reel, winds up. And that continued until about, I'd say about 10 or 12 years ago anyway, and everything switched to digital. And some of the engineers who were working in the studios at that particular point couldn't handle the shift to digital and had to retire. Well, not only has that shifted from digital recording in studio now, I think partly because of COVID, but also because this is the way the audio business is going, home studios are where most are recording their audio books. And I've had my own home studio for many years. I recorded for Audible and other commercial companies. And then just fairly recently, within the past 6 months, the Library of Congress has accepted my studio. And so I record primarily now in my own home studio. I think one of the reasons that I was accepted as a narrator for the Library of Congress, besides my academic background and my actor experience background, was that I come from 3 Englishes. By that, I mean, I was born in Canada, and I started my career in Canada on the stage primarily, and then film and television. A great deal basically in Toronto. But even before that, of course, I was born into a very Victorian English home. My mother was briefly married to my birth father at the end of World War II, but they split. And my mother came back from the United States and went to Canada, where I was born, back to, of course, in those days, back to her parents' home. And my grandfather became my Uberfather. And if you accept that German word for overall father. And my grandfather was a very highly educated, well-spoken military officer, educator, Victorian British gentleman. We would sit at the table, and I as a little boy, and we would be having conversations, of course. And I would happen to say a particular word, and my grandfather would say, no. It is not spoken that way at all. It is spoken this way. And he would repeat the word primarily with a Victorian British accent. And that was English to my grandfather, even though he had emigrated to Canada way before the First World War, to the point that he had educated my mother and her sister, my aunt, who spoke with English accented English from the day they were born to the day they passed away. It was what I'm trying to say, it was that impressed on us. But my mother said to my grandfather, no, he's not going to speak with an English accent. He's going to speak with a Canadian accent. So there's English number 2. And of course, I was like every young boy, I grew up in the streets of Canada, and I learned English from a Canadian perspective, of course, which is quite different in many, many ways, as is an English accent for English. It's quite different as well. So I come to the United States because my agent in Toronto at the time had said to me, after I developed an acting career of quite an extensive acting career, he said to me, I believe you should go to New York. You're talented enough. You can make a living as an actor in New York. I recommend you do that. So very short period later, of course, I came to New York City. And of course, I am in the midst of American English. And by the time I get to narrating books for Talking Books, of course, Library of Congress, it's all American English, not British English, not Canadian English, but American English. And I used to have spats with Tony, essentially my boss, the studio manager at Talking Books in New York. We'd have great discussions, if you will, about various interpretations. Let's just take one example. The word in the United States for that wonderful Italian food is pasta. Well, of course, in Canada, it's pasta. You drive a Nissan. You drive a Datsun. You don't drive a Datsun. You don't drive a Nissan. And you eat pasta in the United States. So of course, I had to learn all that. And you're brought up short very often, and you go, well, now, what is the American English word for that? Well, of course, I've lived in New York City for many a decade now, and of course, I recorded many hundreds of books, and of course, I came to understand probably 99% of how American English is pronounced. So I continue to do that, of course. And I think another reason that words for me became so wonderful, when I was in elementary school, actually it was about junior high school, we were doing reading out loud, because you used to do those things then. Maybe they still do in school these days, I don't know. But we were reading Shakespeare out loud. And we were reading Julius Caesar. And my teacher was so impressed with how I read the words that he offered me the part of Brutus in a production of Julius Caesar he was doing. And of course, I was hooked, and I went on from there, and that became my life, of course. And for an actor, words are everything. The interpretation of the word is everything. And that is what makes it so fantastic and fantastically interesting and inventive and creative. You have the writer who, of course, dreams up and writes the words, and of course, the audience who hears the words spoken. And there's an actor in between that. And that is a very, very essential person, particularly in the theater or particularly listening to an audiobook. The actor is absolutely essential. And therefore, the actor's tone of the word, the inflection of the word, the syllabic emphasis of the word. You don't say humdrum, things are humdrum, things are humdrum. The emphasis, of course, on the first syllable. But then, of course, with all of the tone, inflection, and syllabic emphasis, there is the interpretation of what that word and that group of words is and are. And it varies enormously. And if the actor, the narrator, has any intelligence at all, he or she can give nuance, give an interpretation that the writer never even thought of to convey to that listener. And of course, the actor narrator is a live conduit from the writer to the listener. And that means very often, of course, we as narrators, we get books that are not particularly well written, I have to say. For me, the great classics still remain, the great classics. And there is a very, very good reason as to why they are classic in the first place and why they remain classics today. And it is because there's never well, I don't want to say never, but 99% of the cases with wonderful writers of American English like Mark Twain and Herman Melville and Theodore Dreiser and Edith Wharton and on and on and on. Of course, I'm mentioning 19th century American writers, but you'll never find a grammar mistake. So the interpretation becomes easy. You can read the material so easily and convey its meaning so easily because the grammar is so wonderful. And 99% of the time in those classics, there are no typos. So what an active, but I can never say what book I'm going to get. We don't choose our own books to narrate at all. We are cast as books. And I had the great fortune at the beginning to be cast. For some reason, they seemed to regard me as being able to interpret those 19th century classics. So the first book I was assigned to read as basically a youngish actor at that time was Edith Wharton's The Age of Innocence. And of course, I was thrilled by it, just knocked out by it. And then I was assigned authors of the modern era, such as of upscale American writing. Louis Auchincloss comes to mind as an example. And I spent a lot of time reading upscale American works. But then, of course, for some reason, they get in their head, well, this fellow JP, he might be fairly good reading detective novels. So I spent years, detective novel after detective novel after detective novel. And then for some reason, they thought I was fairly decent in terms of reading science fiction. So I spent years, and I still am assigned a lot of science fiction. But of course, as you get older and older as a narrator and more experienced, you are regarded as someone, again, who can handle something that the Library of Congress calls abstruse or difficult works to read. And there used to be, back in the day, this is where I'm talking numbers of years ago, there used to be a contract that the Library of Congress handed out to the various centers that record books for the Library of Congress and the National Library Service called the abstruse contract. And nearly every year, of course, New York, I'm saying of course New York because the talent pool was the largest, was awarded the abstruse contract. So some of those abstruse books began to be assigned to me. And you got paid a little more, which was exciting for us and helpful for us because the research process is much more extensive. I want to talk just a little bit about that. I hope I'm not, I feel as though I should open it up for questions at any point, but maybe at the end. I've got a little ways to go yet. I hope everyone doesn't mind that I'm giving this background in terms of what I do and what I have done. However, I'm going to continue until someone tells me to stop. The Library of Congress is, of course, the Library of Congress. You cannot make any mistakes in pronunciation. You are like a walking dictionary, all right? You must pronounce the words correctly. So basically what that means is that for every hour of recording takes at least an hour of research, particularly when you're doing nonfiction. Fiction as well, there's no doubt, you're going to come across words that do exist, that aren't made up as in science fiction, and you're going to have to find words that you've never seen before. And that is something that we developed very strongly earlier on. Back in the day, before the internet, we used to have at Talking Books in New York City, there was what was called a proofing room. And there would be, they would be proofers who were hired to listen to the books and point out all the mistakes. But in the proofing room, you would sometimes be in your studio and you'd come across a word that you'd never seen before. You'd have to get up, go out of the studio, down to the proofing room, to the banks. Literally, there were banks, volumes of texts approved by the Library of Congress that were, some of the following were, the Webster's Geographical Dictionary, Webster's Biographical Dictionary, the Lippincott Gazetteer for anything that was very obscure in the world, but you had to pronounce that obscure mountain in Kazakhstan in the proper pronunciation, of course. I also have in my possession, I inherited when it all began to stop being all book-based, I inherited a great big volume of the Random House Dictionary that I still have in my library here, dog-eared, and the back is splitting off. But of course, these books almost don't exist anymore because, of course, it all went on to the internet. As a matter of fact, just looking at my notes here, I have a BBC production guide, a pronunciation guide, excuse me. We call it the Beeb. When you went to look up German words, we had a dictionary that the Germans call, published by, called the Duden. And the Duden was a reference book that we had to go to. And of course, pour français, for French, the very famous Larousse. And all of these we had to go to and consult. Now, of course, it's all online. And it is, there's a wonderful website that one can go to called One Look Dictionary, and it'll pop up, you'll put a word in One Look Dictionary, and it'll pop up all the dictionaries that they have reference to online. Merriam-Webster, Random House, Collier's, Macmillan, Oxford, the whole kit and caboodle. And of course, you have to look up the American English pronunciation because very often the British English pronunciation is given. So, and YouTube, and there's a site called Googlish, Forvo, Google Translate, et cetera, et cetera. So sometimes, of course, in books that you will get a multitude, and these would be regarded as abstruse. You will get a lot of foreign languages, you get phrases, you might even get a paragraph in Russian, Hebrew, what have you. And very often books like that would be given to specific narrators who come from a Hebraic background, or they come from, we even had a reader years ago in New York who could read Chinese. Was not Asian himself, but he could read and pronounce Chinese. So all of these wonderful people that we used to sit in the green room and yak to, that we don't have anymore, they were a bunch of wonderfully bright, good actors, narrators, and they were a bunch of, we used to call ourselves a bunch of bizarros, because here we would say, we'd wander around. I remember once calling the French painter, I mispronounced his name in French, even though I've got a very strong French background. And one of the narrators popped and said, no, it's not ang, it's ang, it's not ong. And so it was wonderful. We'd slap each other on the back, say, thank you very much, or maybe slap each other a little bit differently, but that's how it was. And then, of course, after all the time you finally recorded the book, what happens is that you get what are called, we used to call them corrections, but they're called pickups. And you get this, we all go, ugh, but everybody gets them because you'll be reading along and racing along, and you might skip a word, or you might miss a few, or insert different words. And of course, again, the Library of Congress, all words have to be properly there, and every word the author wrote down must be properly there. I just want to give you a little example of a book I just completed called The Terroir. That's a French word. In English, we'd anglicize it, call it terroir, of whiskey. And it was a book about the composition of soils and the different compositions of soils, particularly to do with creating wonderful grains for whiskey. Well, of course, I'm just going to go to page 40 on my pronunciation sheet. I'm holding it up right here. This is a pronunciation sheet, and I do one for every narrator worth his or her salt needs to have a pronunciation sheet, which you write down the word that you're questioning, you get a pronunciation for it, you write the pronunciation, what is known as the International Phonetic Alphabet, and you give a source for it. So that when the proofer comes along and sees that word, he's not going to challenge you because you've already got a source for that particular word. This is on page 40 in The Terroir of Whiskey, all right? A book about soils for grains to manufacture whiskey. I'm just going to give you some words here. Isoamyl, phenethyl, methionol, isovalerate, isobutyrate, butyrate, octanoate, hexanoate. All right, I'm just giving this just 8, just an example. None of those words, even chemists themselves, if you go on YouTube, they will come across these words, even giving lectures, and you'll see a YouTube video of things that they'll come up to them and they'll stop because they don't know quite how to pronounce them. But we, as actor narrators for the Library of Congress, must know. So I'm almost finished in terms of what I intended to talk about. The last section I wanted to just talk about was the rewards for what I do are just, other than the few exemplary books, and I say few, that I've read and enjoyed. As I say, I've done hundreds, and it used to be a rule of thumb of mine, when I came across a book that I read that I thought was absolutely wonderful, I would buy it. Well, I hesitate to say how many books I have bought. I guess because my own standards are fairly high, and my enjoyment quotient is also fairly high. It is like, there used to be a wonderful theater critic in New York. His name was John Lahr. He was the famous actor Burt Lahr's son. He wrote a wonderful book called, and he was a critic in New York, of New York theater. His book was called Astonish Me. And that's exactly has been my mantra for decades. I need to be astonished by the book I read in order to buy it. Anyway, so that is a plus. As I briefly mentioned about the green room, the other narrators I used to read with, that's a plus, but we're all at home now reading alone in our own studios, so that era has passed as well. The other reward is this, finally. The other reward is this. My girlfriend, a number of decades ago, and I were on a train going to the east end of Long Island. And I was talking to her, of course, sitting in my seat. And as the train is going along, someone comes up to me, taps my shoulder, and says, it was a sight-challenged person, and said, "Are you J.P. Linton?" And I said, yes, I am. They were thrilled. They said, "I have read all of your books," and they had recognized, he had recognized, or I don't remember if it was he or she, it's too many years ago now, but read all my books, and I love your work very much. Well, my girlfriend sitting beside me thought I was a rock star. And so she ended up marrying me, and we've been together ever since. And I don't think just because of that incident, but she reminded me of it. And there have been very many times I'll be walking along the streets of Manhattan, not necessarily with my wife or my son or anybody else, walking along with a friend and having conversation. And I've actually had the same thing happen. People come up to say, "Are you J.P. Linton?" And I would say, "Yes, I am." Oh, and they were just so thrilled. That reward for me meant everything. It continues to mean everything. Hearing from the people who have read the approximately 500 books I've recorded for the last, and I will tell you how many years, I've been doing this for 34 years. When I hear from people that they enjoy, and I do get emails, there's no doubt, they find out my email and they say to me how much they enjoy my work. That is what makes what I do the most important reward. There you have it. Thank you.
Thank you, JP, so much for that presentation. And we won't be taking questions right now, but if you have a burning question that you would like to ask JP, you can come back this afternoon at 2:30 to the library users and BRL joint session, where you'll get to talk to JP more informally, and he might even read something for you. You never know what happens in those sessions. They are really good. So just a reminder, at 2:30, JP will be back at the library users BRL session, and you'll get to talk to him more informally. So thank you so much, JP, for your presentation. It was absolutely wonderful. And for those of you who need the CEU closing code, it is 49185. That's 49185. And with that, Mr. President, I will turn the podium back over to you.
Well, thank you, JP, and thank you so much, Denise. What a wonderful day of presenting, and thank you for being on roller skates and going back and forth between rooms. We really, really appreciate it, and thank you for being our presenting officer for the day. And enjoy the rest of your convention.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, very good. All right, next. Next, hopefully we have our supervisor of elections, Nancy Marks Becker.
I am here.
Thank you. All right, so we have Nancy is with us. So it is now time for us to announce the winner of our 5th position for the ACB Board of Directors. The contest was between Chris Bell from Pittsboro, North Carolina, and Connie Sims from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So Nancy, if you could please share the results.
So once again, we had a strong election. There were 995 votes. So the grand total was 523 votes for Chris Bell, which is 52.6%. Connie Sims had 469 votes, or 47.1% of the votes, and 3 individuals abstained. So the affiliate portion of the vote was 193, or 51.6% for Chris Bell, 181, or 48.4% for Connie Sims. The individual portion was 330, or 53.1% for Chris Bell, 288, or 46.4% for Connie Sims. And I said before, there's 3 people, or 0.5% that abstained from voting. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for those results. And I want to congratulate Chris Bell on being elected to the 5th ACB Board of Directors position. And I want to also thank Connie Sims for an excellent race. We are now at the point where we have to continue our candidates position roll call for the remainder of our positions. We will, as was announced yesterday, this was not put into nomination during our nominating committee, but with Katie Frederick taking the position as our Board of Publications Chair, she has resigned her seat on the ACB Board of Directors. Katie had 1 year remaining on her 2nd term, so we now must fill that open slot on the ACB Board of Directors with nominations from the floor. And again, this will be unlike our 3-year terms that were just completed for all of those 5 board members, we will now have as a election from the floor, special election for a Board of Directors position for a 1-year term. So Nancy and I will be leaving the general session room here and headed over to the election side of the House to do our roll call and nominations for the floor for that next position. Depending on how that position plays out, we would then move on down the slate through our Board of Publications positions. So With that said, I'm going to turn it over to David Trott, ACB Treasurer, and Janet Dickelman, ACB Convention Coordinator and Convention Chair, to give us announcements and door prizes. So thank you, David and Janet.
Thank you. Can you hear me first of all?
Most certainly.
Okay,
Yes.
good. I was
Good.
having problems with my headset, as always. All right, thank you very much. And Rick, let us know when everybody gets back to the down the hall, and then we can get started with our nominations. But David.
Good morning
some
or afternoon.
announcements? Yes, it is.
Oh, I do.
I know you do.
Man, I tell you, I'm still, I can't get my breath back from that auction last night.
That was
It-
amazing.
It was just, it truly was amazing. And we owe it all to you members out there who participated, not only with your money, but your time and the donations that everybody made. So again, you'll find out tomorrow. Leslie will make her presentation tomorrow and let you know what we did. But let me just say that I think you're really going to be excited with the results. Now, the walk is still not where we want it to be, but it's doing great. It's doing great. We're over $80,000, close to 81,000. And Donna will talk more about that tomorrow, but I want to remind you, just because you may have walked virtually or however you chose to do it, you still have the opportunity to participate monetarily. You can have people donate to your teams. And like she said this morning, there's going to be a special prize for the people who raise the most between now and the end of the event. So we're looking forward to that. And the Braille Form raffle, we are rapidly running out of tickets. So we're gonna give someone $5,000, $1,000, and $500 tomorrow night. We're raising money for the Braille Form. Help us have a sellout. We've never had a sellout in the history of the auction. My understanding, I think there's less than 100 tickets to go. So we really want to try and sell those out. It'd be great. If you fail to buy them by tomorrow night, I'll have a special discount sale on Friday. You're welcome to attend that.
I've got mine.
And let's see. 421 for 2021. If that doesn't mean anything to you, you haven't been paying attention. That is the MMS program's goal for this year. And let me tell you, we've been giving away $120 in gift cards today. And you ladies are really showing out this year. Guys, y'all are not bending that wallet enough. Because for the third day in a row, we have a nice lady winner here. Kathy Jocelyn. Kathy Jocelyn is our winner of the $120 gift card today. And we will be giving away 2 more Thursday and Friday. And to add to or join MMS and help us reach our goal of 421 for 2021, you can email askacbmms@gmail.com. That's askacbmms@gmail.com. Or you can call 202-734. No, I got it backwards. I did that in my campaign thing, come to think about it. I'm bad with numbers. I'm the treasurer. That's the wrong kind of numbers. I'm good with money numbers. It's phone numbers I have trouble with. 202-743-0755. That's 202-743-0755. And help us meet our goal of 421 for 2021.
And David, I know there was a little
Braille
issue
Form
with
raffle
the
tickets.
email for the ask.
Yeah, there
so I
was,
think
and
you're
I
encouraged-
I
Is it fixed now, do you know,
understand.
or?
Tony was checking on that this morning, and I'm assuming I haven't heard anything from Gene since then, so I'm assuming it's working. If not, be sure and call the number. We are getting messages from the number, so we don't want anybody left out. Remember, we're giving away $120 in on the gift card in the morning and again on Friday. So you have 2 more chances to win. And guys, limber them wallets up. Don't let ladies take them all this week. Ladies, take them up. Show them. Don't matter to me. Just let's get it done, folks. Let's get 421 for 2021. And with that being said, I know y'all are tired of hearing me, but remember,
Never.
anytime that you get a chance to see Janet and I together, at least one of us looks good, and I'm gonna turn it over to her name.
Let's, before I go on and do any door prizes, let's check with Rick and see if we're ready over on the other side.
Oh, speaking of door prizes, I hadn't
Okay.
heard Trot.
Well, okay, I can do them now, or we can do them at the end, but I'll do a couple now and then we'll go over to the other room. That makes sense. All right, got a couple. Oh, David, you wanted to say one quick thing?
All I said was I haven't heard Trot, and you can do either Trot. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I see.
We're not competitive.
Oh, I took them out of the list. No, I did not. I have no control over the door prizes, and I've had people email me saying, pull my name. No, I can't do it. All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, David. We have Dana Leet from Clearwater, Pennsylvania, who won $25 donated by ACB of Minnesota. Our next door prize winner is Nancy Sumner, and she's from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and she gets a Bath and Body gift certificate that was donated by Sheila Young, FCB president. I'll do another one here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Lynn Coates from Carson, California. She gets a talking thermostat from talkingthermostats.com. It is a talking thermostat. It's a model VT3000 with print and braille and CD instructions. And also and that is donated by Kim Charlson and the Bay State Council of the Blind. And along with that goes a talking keychain. So those are our door prizes for today. Let's hand it back over to the other room to get some election nominations going. Thank you. It's all yours, Dan.
Well, thank you, Janet, and thank you, David, for those wonderful announcements and door prizes. And we are back over here on the election side of the House. And again, congratulations to Chris Sims for being elected as our fifth position for the American Council of Blind Board of Directors. As we said, Chris Bell. What the heck did I?
You mixed the two up.
Oh, Chris Bell. Excuse me, Chris Bell. Golly, I apologize, Chris. Yes, Chris Bell from Pittsboro, North Carolina. Congratulations,
Janet,
Chris.
Are you going to stick around here or?
All right, we're on the air there with
I guess I don't
Janet and
need to
Jolynn are on
because
the air.
We have a
Janet and Jolynn, you're on the air. Okay. So right now we are going to do our special election for our sixth board of directors position. This is the 1-year term that 1 year remaining on the second term that was vacated by Katie Frederick. So I would now like to ask Nancy if all hands have been lowered in the Zoom room.
I have lowered all hands in the Zoom room.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Hearing and seeing that all hands have been lowered, I'd now like to call from nominations from the floor for the sixth position for the American Council of the Blind Board of Directors, a 1-year term. Do I have any nominations from the floor?
Yes, Sheila Young has raised her hand.
Thank you. Would you please unmute the hand, unmute Sheila Young.
She's allowed to talk and she has unmuted.
Sheila, who would you like to place in nomination?
Afternoon. I would like to nominate Connie Sims for this sixth position for a seat on the board of directors.
All right. I have heard that Connie Sims, retired medical massage practitioner and health advocate from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, name has been placed in nomination for our sixth candidate's position for a 1-year term on the board of directors. Nancy, I will ask for a second time. Do we have any other nominations from the floor? for the position of ACB Board of Directors?
There are no hands raised.
And for the third and final time, do we have any other nominations from the floor for the ACB Board of Directors?
There are no additional hands raised from the floor.
Thank you, Nancy. Hearing and seeing that there are no other hands raised from the floor, I would like to announce by acclamation that Connie Sims will be elected as the sixth position for a one-year term on the ACB Board of Directors. Congratulations, Connie. Both Chris and Connie will have an opportunity to address our membership tomorrow. We now need to move on to our Board of Publications Directors positions. There are 3 Board of Publications Directors positions that are up for election this year. 3 names have been placed in nomination. We will take the candidates in the order that they came out of the nominating committee. So for the first position for the BOP Board of Directors is Zelda Gephardt, former health administrator from Edgeley, North Dakota. And I will ask Nancy, have all hands been lowered?
All hands have been lowered, Dan.
Seeing and hearing that all hands have been lowered for the first time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Director?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. For the second time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Board of Director?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. And for the third and final time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Board of Director?
Sorry about that. There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. Our supervisor, hearing and seeing that no hands have been raised, I announce by acclamation that Zelda Gephardt, whew, boy, I'm getting tired, guys, so I apologize. Zelda Gephardt has been announced by acclamation as a second-time member of the ACB Board of Publications Board of Directors. So congratulations, Zelda. We will now consider the second position that came out of nominations for the Board of Publications Board of Directors position. That name that was been placed in nomination is Penny Reeder, Technology Specialist for the Veterans Administration from Montgomery Village, Maryland. Nancy, are all hands down?
All hands have been lowered.
Seeing and hearing that all hands have been lowered, for the first time, are there any other nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Board of Director?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. For the second time, for the position of BOP Board of Directors, are there any nominations from the floor?
There are no hands raised.
And for the third and final time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Board of Director?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. Seeing and hearing that no hands have been raised, I would like to announce by acclamation that Penny Reeder has been elected to the BOP Board of Directors. Congratulations, Penny. And now our third and final position and the last of our 13 candidates positions for the BOP Board of Directors, Cachet Wells, author from Jacksonville, Florida's name has been placed in nomination. Nancy, have all hands been lowered in the Zoom room?
All hands have been lowered.
Seeing and hearing that all hands have been lowered, for the first time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Director?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. For the second time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Board of Director?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. And for the third and final time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of BOP Board of Director?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. Seeing and hearing that no hands have been raised, I would like to announce by acclamation that Cachet Wells has been elected to the Board of Publications Board of Directors. I want to say thank you to Nancy Marks Becker and Rick Morin for their diligence in conducting these elections. Special thanks to the Minnesota office for all of their diligent work working with Vote Now for our individual vote. And I want to say a huge hip, hip, hooray to the American Council of the Blind for conducting our first ever virtual elections for our 13 candidate positions. We did it, gang. Great, great job. I will also mention that our 5 candidates that were elected today, Chris Bell, Connie Sims, Zelda Gephardt, Penny Reeder, and Cachet Wells, will all have an opportunity to address the membership tomorrow at Thursday's general session. In addition, we will have one more election on Friday, and that is to consider the special motion that was made and seconded by Jeff Tom and Patrick Sheehan on Sunday night. There will be an additional written document pertaining to that motion that will be released later on today so that our membership will have an opportunity to look at the motion on Thursday before we take action on Friday. So with that said, I think it is time to call the Wednesday, July 21st, 2021 business meeting of the American Council of the Blind in recess until Thursday morning, July 22nd at 10:30 a.m. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon. Enjoy the Smart Finance Primetime Show, all your wonderful breakout shows. Remember, we've got a community events call tonight after the Smart Finance Show, so a chance for everybody to get together and talk. The hospitality rooms will be open up all day. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the experience of the American Council of Blind Conference and Convention. Have a good afternoon, everybody. All right.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-da. Welcome to the Convention Connect Show. Waiting on Debbie Hazelton. Hey, everybody. This is Tony Stevens with the American Council of the Blind, the Director of Development. And thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We were live and didn't even know it. But YouTube luckily did show it, and staff let me know. So, but fantastic day again. We're waiting on Debbie Hazelton to hop back in here from the ACB Media Network. And I hope everybody has been doing well and enjoying the convention so far. Thanks everybody in our studio audience that's been tuning in. And we are at a point where we're getting close to the end. It's crazy to think we're only 2 days away. We've got a lot of exciting things going on, so we wanted to share that with you. We're going to be having Mini Mall Minute 2 in a couple of minutes. Let's see what time it is. Stand. All right, it is 1:56 in the Eastern time of the United States. Although if you're watching this on YouTube, it's whatever time you're watching this on. It has been quite a week, and we are waiting on Debbie Hazelton to join, like I said. But we are talking to the live studio audience now. We are on YouTube and Facebook. If you are watching us right now on the live stream, be sure to subscribe by hitting the bell down below and for notifications, and then the follow or the subscribe button. Not follow. I get my social medias confused here. But yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to check out what's going on throughout the convention. We got Debbie Hazelton hopping on right now. But yeah, so follow us on our social media, and especially
I am here
creating up the YouTube channels, and they will have a chance to, really chronicleize. We're going to be breaking some of these up because they are very long files for the YouTube folks. So we'll be having snippets, best of, greatest hits, if you will, and it's great to have Debbie Hazelton with us.
Hey,
So hey,
Tony. Oh my goodness. Hi there.
they keep ending early on us.
Oh, ending early. And Rick had a problem with the stream, like several of us have been having. So people write and they're very, like what's going on. And I regret that we didn't get things played because it's just been so much everybody trying to jump and run and get things on, with hopscotch. So here we are. And it's been quite a morning, but yeah. So here we are.
Appreciate everybody. We appreciate everybody's patience as we work through just the technical challenges. These things are complex. I mean, when you look at the major events of the past years that are virtual streams, even they have issues. So we have the Olympics coming off in a week, and I imagine they're going to have every now and then,
And
what was it? A Super Bowl in New Orleans. The Ravens were playing.
Oh,
I don't watch a lot of football, so Debbie just entertained me for a second. Pretend I'm a sports kind of guy.
I don't either, actually. It's good for sleeping and eating.
Yeah, but they had it where they completely lost their signal. I remember, lost electricity, didn't they, a few years ago?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the whole Super Bowl just went dark, and it was like, oh.
Oh man. Well, two of us had power outages this week, Jeff, and I did.
And we had our internet cut off yesterday.
And you had
by,
your internet,
by the internet people.
Mm-hmm.
So the internet people from on high. So
I think people are thinking that you can just push a button and everything is where it's supposed to be. But wow, it's kind of amazing we've done as much as we have with all these things going on. But I know that the Olympic time has been changed.
It has. They've had to adjust because they're starting the NBC is starting the broadcast earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that'll be what 7:30 now. I think on Friday will be the opening session, and so we'll have our pre-show before that
at 5:45. Yes, indeed. And we know we have our banquet tomorrow night, and that's all exciting. And our banquet speaker.
I'm a
my
huge
goodness.
Peter Sagal fan.
Are you? I have not.
Wait, don't
listen.
tell me.
Wow.
I think it depends where in the country you are. Yeah, it's it's a fun show. He always has funny guests. And
yeah. Wait, I need to hear him. Wait, I need to catch up.
Yeah. Well, he does it. They do it as a podcast. It's kind of like current events, but a good sense of humor. They always have a fun panel. So yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Boom.
And wow, more all kinds of stuff with elections. Wow.
I know this is such a new territory. Doing this and then doing it virtually like this, we all remember when they would close the doors and seal us in the room, in the grand ballroom at hotels, in our conventions. And this is, and then with the technical concerns and everything, there's a lot to juggle. So hats off on
There
everybody
is.
for
Oh.
executing it as well as they're doing, right?
Yeah.
So it's a work, it's a labor.
Well, and everybody, we have a lot of new energy that's coming onto this board. I think Deb Lewis is going to do a great job. I think Connie and the BOP, Cachet, and Chris will add certain things. And we have a lot of our people that are already there. So they're still there. And I just think it's going to be exciting to see how all of that goes. So I think
And
that's very,
Kenneth
very
as
good.
well. And
Kenneth, most definitely.
with
Yay,
the
Kenneth.
DKM. I just saw
Oh.
the email go out for their 25th anniversary
Yeah.
for the DKM, which is exciting to think that's
That is
celebrating
exciting.
a big year as well.
Yeah.
So,
And I hear that Patty has arrived.
welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hey, Patty.
Hey.
Hey,
Good
Minnie. I mean,
afternoon.
no, your name isn't Minnie.
It's perfectly what was it? What did we say earlier? Perfectly
Practical.
practical.
Perfectly practical.
Practically perfect Patty.
Perfect. Yeah, practically perfect Patty. There you go. Well,
Okay.
hey,
How have you all been? That was a good session today.
It
it
was
was
good.
good. It was a little crazy. I started to call the mini mall and then there were other things going on. So I will be calling, but
Okay, well, we await your
Whew. Yes,
Uh,
indeed. Operators are standing by.
yes, but give it a second so I don't
Yes.
so I don't ring.
Okay.
Let Patty at least walk back to. Oh, there we
I am-
go.
Somebody's trying to call me. I am not answering my work phone right now. Sorry.
Well, let's hear from Patty on what we have today. Go ahead.
So
Patty.
we've got a couple of things here. I've got the People of Vision. I know that there's been some community calls going through that. The print version is $25 and we have it on a 32 gig flash drive with the ACB with American Council of the Blind written on it. It's in audio and a braille file, and that's $25. I also have the book, The Visual Made Verbal, and that is $23 in print. And we do
That's
have a
Joel's
digital
book.
format.
Wow.
Yes, that's Joel's book. And the digital format is either in PDF or text, and it is $12. I'm going to show how we use these little mop toppers. These are kind of cute. So they are these small little guys that you can put your phone on. It's a phone stand.
They're so cute.
If you get on calls that have video, you can sit that up. Either way, it will hold your phone.
Landscape, right?
And landscape or portrait. I can get it sometimes. If you got something that it can back up to, it'll do it portrait.
Yeah.
And they're red and blue, and you can also use them as stress. You can squeeze them, and when you do, their eyes pop out. So you can also use it for one more thing, the top, their hair. That can be used on your screen to clean your screen on your devices. So the mop toppers are $12 and they come in red and blue.
They're cute.
We also have these Tangle puzzles, and they come in black, white, red, blue, and purple. And you can take them apart, wind them around your finger. There's just something to fidget with. And they're tangled. You can make different shapes with them. They're really good. I've used them when I've been on phone calls.
How many do you get? Do you get just one, or do you get a bunch, or what?
They're one for $12.
Okay, so
now,
boy,
the last thing that I'm going to show, these little mop toppers can hold my phone, so it's not away. The last thing I'm going to show is I'm going to show just the picture of the logo, but this is our ACB blanket. It is huge. Actually, two people can snuggle under it, or one person can get under it, but it's really big. It fits the top of a queen size bed. So, and it comes in a very deep, I call it a deep navy black color with writing on it that's the full ACB logo. And that blanket is $35. So
okay.
if you'd like to give us a call, our number is 877-969-MALL or 877-969-6255. And I will come back later on for another mini mall minute.
Awesome.
More
Thank
good
you,
stuff.
Patty. Yeah,
Thank
we'll-
you.
wonderful.
We'll
They
see
can
how that
call
works out in the evening. That can be a little crowded, but we'll see what we'll
But
see.
if not, I'll
Yeah.
be back in the morning.
Tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Good.
10 a.m.
Excellent.
in the
All
morning,
right.
everybody.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Great. Thanks, Patty. Take care.
Great. Thank you. Excellent.
Agreed.
Stuff. Yeah. They
I didn't
got
know they
so much
sold the books too, the visual made verbal,
Yeah,
which
I
is Joel
didn't know about
Snyder's
that
book, the audio description book for.
Oh, I didn't know he had written one. So that's really good.
He just had it translated into Spanish. Actually, they just released the Spanish
Oh,
version like during
wow.
World Blind Union.
I know
wonderful.
that Judy Dixon, I think she's on this afternoon. No, or is it tomorrow?
One of the sessions.
Talking about her new book about audio description. And I know when Judy covers a topic, she really brings a ton of research to it. And so she's covering audio description from many different vantage points of access. And so, yeah, I don't know. I like it, but I'm usually not one that sits for a long time to watch stuff. I will now and then, but usually I'm just busy here and there and everywhere.
I've been spoiled because most movies I go to are like Marvel movies, and I have a 11-year-old next to me that I just nudge. I don't even need to nudge him anymore. He'll just be like, "Yeah, it was Spider-Man that did that," or something like that. We'll spoil it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I was like, no, don't spoil it.
Yeah.
It's funny. Have you ever gone to the same movie more than once with different people and noticed what the different people you're with might tell you the same thing about certain scenes, and then other times you'll get different descriptions.
Yeah,
of things and go,
you realize
"Oh, I
how
didn't know that."
subjective audio description is. Yeah.
Yeah.
To the layperson, not to the professional, of course, but to the
Right.
layperson. Yeah. The same with laughs. I find you go to a movie. We watched, what was it, Talladega Nights, and we got so many different laughs. I lived in New York City when we saw it, and then I went down to a friend's in North Carolina and we watched it there. And the laughs are very different in North Carolina versus New York. Just the different parts where people, different things resonate differently for different people.
That's true.
They're all different.
It was good to hear that narrator that was just on. I was hearing parts of it in between.
Yeah,
lots
we
of
always
phone
those are
calls
always
and
the big sessions too at
They
convention.
are,
It's
yeah.
I'll have to check in with our comms person Jennifer, who's been doing a great job of just letting us know on the back end how many people are listening and who and where, and
Awesome.
I'll have to see
Yeah.
how those numbers were for that, because those are always the
Yeah.
popular ones.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, I popped in.
Yay!
Oh, how did you get in here? Oh, wait.
I got in.
She gets a key all the time.
Oh, good. Miss
Leslie, you're
Auction
alive.
Queen.
Live.
And
You
you
sound
don't
a bit
sound like
haggard.
you don't
Oh,
have any.
no, I'm happy, Tony.
Do you have skates
Oh.
on?
I do. I have skates on. Yes.
Wow, they're quiet wheels, but good.
Quiet
for you.
wheels. Yeah. There you go.
Thanks for jumping on. I know
What a
tomorrow's
night.
going to be the big reveal for the number, right? Are we gonna share the amount raised tomorrow? Is that still
Yes, tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
Tomorrow morning in general session. Yep.
I
All
bet
right.
you are happy.
I am
You have-
very, very humbled. I'll say that.
Oh my gosh,
It
what a
was
I've
great.
night!
cried. I've cheered.
Oh.
I've done it all. So I'm very, very humbled.
What a night!
Yeah. What a night. I'm.
Oh,
Well, thanks
what a
thanks to
night.
you. I know you've been getting a lot of praise, but to your team, the committee, and the auctioneers last night were fantastic.
They
They were
The-
great. They did a great job.
the Garretts and Kim and Dan and Jeff and
Jeff
Terry,
and- oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cindy and
Mika.
Mika.
And
it
that was
was
Mika's
fantastic.
first time, describe.
Was it really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Well,
we
she's-
always try, Cindy, it's fun because Cindy, we always change Cindy's describer up. She has so many wonderful friends that it's so cool.
Yeah. I thought it was you
always
never can
change-
keep someone to go with her more than once. They just
We
I'm
always
just kidding,
change her
Cindy.
describer, so it's really cool. I
Yeah.
ask her. We always do Dan and Kim because that's president immediate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
day, and then the other were on the committee,
Yeah.
So, and
Oh,
it's so
yeah.
awesome to have them auctioneer now, but, and describe. But at the holiday, we had Denise Colley, and we've had Brennan, and we've had a couple other people I can't even remember now, but it's so cool. So we just keep changing her describer up. So Mika did a wonderful job last night. So.
Well, every now and then I wondered if people were getting tired, if they were starting to slow down, but that was only good for like, maybe not good, but that was only the case for maybe 5 minutes. And then vroom, I mean, it was like a little squall would come through and people would just vroom, go for it, man.
It was funny. I love the lady at the end. I bit on the popcorn because I was starving.
It's like never go shopping when you're hungry. Never go to the auction, the ACB
Never
auction.
go
when
to
you're
the
hungry.
auction when you're hungry.
Make sure you
and
eat first.
Yeah, and you've been talking about popcorn all week, and I'm like,
Yeah.
So the popcorn came up, and I bit on the popcorn, and Dan was auctioneering. He's like, "Who's bidding?" I'm like, "It's me. I'm starving over here."
Oh, well, and you all won the quilt, which was made by my significant other.
I can't
And,
wait to get that.
We'll
Yeah,
get that
you're
boxed
right.
up as soon as I get back
so
home after convention.
Yeah,
But
no worries. Yeah. Oh, no worries.
my wife was very flattered, so thank you for making that contribution to ACB.
Yeah, well, the quilts are, Patty I think I'm going to be calling the mini mall because that blanket sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. That was.
You guys are doing a fabulous job as usual.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Down either, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. So,
It
great
is.
job.
Hopefully you can relish in the victory of a wonderful night last night and just kind of get out and clear your head. And
Well, I do yoga at 4, so I'm excited about yoga.
That's
Good.
today, right?
Yes.
yeah, it's a Wellness Wednesday. So
Really good.
yoga's at
Wellness
4.
Wednesday. That's what I was thinking. Great.
So yeah, I'm gonna go get ready and go do some namaste and shavasana and
That'll definitely
you.
calm
And a
you
little
after
rest.
yesterday.
And a
Good
little
for
You
rest.
deserve it, Leslie.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Sure
guys. Keep
do.
up the great work you guys are doing.
Thanks
as
for
well.
coming
Thanks.
in.
See you soon.
That's right. Today's Wellness Wednesdays, and we got yoga with
Wellness
she's doing 4:00 yoga. I'm not sure
Mhm.
what stream it's going to be on, but folks should have got their Zoom links.
Yeah. I don't
And
know.
if you haven't checked her out on the community channels, every day of the week now she's doing something on the weekdays.
Is it
You know,
every
started,
day?
It started as one, and now she's 5 days a week doing
Oh
yoga,
my
movement,
gosh.
and Leslie's on our steering committee for the Get Up and Get Moving campaign. She's just fantastic with.
I've been to her house. I've done workouts with her and her friends in her neighborhood, and I know what she can be like. And
Yeah.
she's a lot of fun, but man, is she passionate. She gets into it and she starts yelling and screaming.
She's
and
nice to
counting
those
and-
of us that aren't where she is. She's very patient. That's what's
Yes,
the best
she
thing.
is. She's patient,
A teacher
just
that is patient is the best teacher.
passionate. She's playing music when, at her house, and she's just really into it, but a lot of fun. As soon as I reached out to her, she said, come to my house. Come, I've got exercise bikes. I've got a treadmill. Come on, be in our circle. Just very welcoming.
Well, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a lot going on today still with convention in terms of the breakout sessions.
Yes,
So,
we do.
I think there's to Mobility and Beyond still is going on, the
Mhm.
Transportation Summit.
There's a
that track is
GDUI
taking
thing
on.
about driving. Whoa, Leslie, your name is like interesting in there.
I didn't hear it.
It
But,
sounded like Leslie.
oh, yeah.
But we've got something about helping with the future of driving on with a GDUI.
Mhm.
Tonight though, we've got the ACB and the IAC it's talking about finances. We're talking about and there's a guy with Next Gen. I don't know if it's the same person who I've heard talk on some programs, who is just excellent in how he delivers information to people about managing money. I mean, there's a lot of stereotypes out there that say that people with disabilities just don't have money. And that's not always true. And it's not always fair. And we need to be able to manage what we do have, right?
There's the reality that the reality is that there are a lot of us with disabilities that don't have money, more
Right.
so than average people. But definitely, there are people, but not just wealth, but just the things and just how to manage your, everything from understanding how credit card debt can play a factor in your life to how to even start to gain wealth so you can maybe retire someday. Or if you are retired, how do you make sure what little you earned can go much further, right? So it's, that's exciting. Financial literacy is a huge thing that unfortunately most people aren't keyed up in, even college grads.
And, the other thing is that there are some things that cost more money for us. If we are dealing with our technology and we're buying our own kinds of technological equipment, it's often more expensive because of braille displays and screen access and all kinds of things. So, we even if we do have money at all, we have a challenge sometimes because of the sheer cost.
You're going to get number 9 soon. That dog food's not cheap. Vet visits are not cheap. It's like having a kid.
That's true.
And
number 9,
yeah, for your guide dog. And so
and
yeah,
then
financial
dealing with
literacy
Uber.
and knowing the tax and stuff like that. Yeah. Nowadays, and it's probably only unfortunately going to get more expensive as services are cut or because nobody's riding it anymore. But yeah, so that's a good session. Check that out, everybody. Trying to think what else we got in store. We definitely are looking forward to our events on the downslide of the week. We're almost done with elections.
We
pretty much,
really are. And I think tomorrow, we also get a convention report from Janet about that we'll talk about a little bit about next year. And I know you said earlier, we're gearing up already to 2025. Gosh. And I think there's a diabetes session on today, isn't there? I think there's.
Yeah, there is. I'm not sure if this is the one with Chris Gray, if that's tomorrow. It's one of these days, today or tomorrow. And then I think we got the nutritionist still. But yeah, check out the health and wellness track. There's some good diabetes program. ACB Diabetics in Action has been doing great work there. We have, trying to think what else. I don't know. My head is in still trying to get stuff ready for the next day. So
I can grab my calendar. But it's on the other side.
That's when I missed my braille. I didn't print. If I was smart, I would have printed out an agenda on one of our braille printers here. The programs, but I'm not at a convention, so I'm not used to just grabbing an agenda that's sitting on a table and just thumbing through it. So,
are we bringing any other? Are we bringing any other sponsors on tomorrow or today?
We will see. I don't think we have any more sponsors right now lined up.
Okay.
We were going to bring in Comcast on Friday because they're the ones that generously gave the big gift. But just so folks know, the Convention Connect shows are being realigned on Friday. We're still trying to do some program changes since the Olympics are going to start earlier than we had originally thought. They're starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time on Friday, and that's going to run until around midnight. And that's the live audio description for the Olympic session that we will be streaming, both video and audio. So you can get into the Zoom or you can listen to us on ACB Media One, or even I think on our YouTube channel. You'll be able to get the audio described Olympics if you go to acb.org/live. That's acb.org/live. Or you can go to YouTube and just look up American Council of the Blind, or our Facebook page. We'll be streaming there as well. So
yeah, and then that pre-show at 5:45 will be on as well. But I think we're going to actually get a break on Friday after general session. There are some other breakouts. I know BPI has a couple of different things going on Friday afternoon, but I think we're going to get a bit of a break between that and the general session and the evening. And gosh, even tomorrow, the banquet. Wow, there may be. I know there are other things on tomorrow, but I think it's a little bit lighter. So
yeah, I'm starting to feel that as well. I'm not nearly as panicky as I was on Saturday. So it's nice to finally start thinking we're almost the end. And of course, we'll all be sad next week.
Oh yeah.
Or Saturday rolls around. We weren't sure if we'd be running into Saturday. We were kind of holding fast, thinking we'd be all the way into Saturday. I mean, we very well could with the Olympics, could roll into Saturday morning. like,
Right.
after midnight. But yeah, it's exciting to think that the elections have been going smoothly. We weren't sure. And the reason why it was Saturday was we weren't sure with the voting if that would run into Saturday. So
Yeah, it was hard to know exactly how that was going to go and if there were going to be other nominees and different things like that, in addition to what we already had. But I'm just so proud of how well all that went. And I'm also wondering, it seems to me that maybe not as many people voted as the week went on. I don't know if that's true. But I'd love to know how that looks.
we've been having steady numbers for stuff, which has been nice.
That's really good.
And we were helping out with Charter, and there were a bunch of people in their exhibit booth, their virtual exhibit booth, which has been a great thing. That's another thing. If folks have some downtime and you're still wondering what you can do, check out the exhibit tab on the acbconvention.org page. Go to acbconvention.org, and there's the exhibit tab, and you can find out our exhibit booth sponsors. Because, in the old days, remember this time at the convention, they'd all be packed up and starting to leave by now. Not all exhibitors would stick it out for the whole week, but now they're all, it's just taking an hour out of their day anyways. They're with us the whole time. So
they are.
it's still not too late to check out some of the exhibit booths.
You can check out their Zoom links as well as their audios on Stream 4. Their audios are on Stream 4 and they're replayed 3 times a day. So, and the schedule is on the calendar. That acbmedia.org/calendar has been invaluable to a lot of people. And I really am excited about us taking that forward beyond the convention.
Yeah, it'll be nice. It'll be nice to know what's going on. We have a lot. It's a lot
We
happening.
sure do. We sure do. Wow.
So do you know what you're streaming this afternoon yet? Have you even looked at your schedule? I know you're always one step ahead.
I know, but I have gotten other people to cover because I'm tired of people getting interrupted by the stream going down. And it's strange because the internet's not going down. It still says encoding, but it's doing this dropping thing. And I think that might be what happened to Rick this morning. So so I'll be kind of overseeing and checking on things. And I'm also working on getting some audio editing done because we've got people editing like crazy because we've got over 300 hours of content. Yeah. So we're working on a lot with all that.
Wow. Last year, I remember my mouth dropping because we had 249 hours. So we've even passed 300 then.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah.
Wow. That's incredible. Yeah. And we jumped from what was that 100 and a low number of.
I remember we were at 130 breakouts and then somehow it just popped to 166.
166. That is crazy. Yeah. And we weren't doing 10 streams last year. So
no, you're right.
So what's your afternoon going to be?
I'm working on editing. We've got some, the video packages. We're doing the general session editing and working on the Friday pre-show as well.
Good.
We have some awesome guests for the pre-show Friday that starts at 5:45 Eastern time. And I might just try to stretch my legs. I have been between here and the hotel, and that's it since Saturday. I have not gone near between anywhere else other than to get some Tylenol from a CVS across the street from our office. So
I have not been out of the house.
I need to feel some sunshine.
Wanting to go somewhere to the store or something, but I've just been like, no, I think I need to stick around in case there's anything.
We try to stay on guard. I mean, Rick as well has been, Rick Morin, our technical director and producer up in Boston, has pretty much moved into our Perkins studio. That we have set up at Perkins.
There.
So it's quite a gig that we'll all look forward to our own beds on Saturday. So,
it is.
I'm sure.
It is.
Yeah.
So, well, we've got
getting close.
6 minutes.
Yeah. We'll give people 5 minutes. The meeting started at 2:30, right? So we can give people some time to get logged in, I guess.
I think as long as Rick's streaming and this stream is up, I'm going to see what happens if I attempt to play some things that I haven't, that I've been wanting to get on today. So I might do just a little bit of that. And then I don't know, I'm sure somebody's picking up Media One at 2:30, 1:30 my time, hopscotch between time zones.
Yeah. I'm impressed
anyway.
with Terry at the auction. They were in Hawaii time. I still can't figure. I'm like
know.
6, 5. What are they?
They're
right
6 hours.
6, yeah.
I think they're 6 hours behind Easter. Is it 6? I think so. I think they're 6 hours behind us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, she was right there, and Hawaii was beautiful gift baskets or gift collections of items. So many wonderful things that people had in that auction.
Good eats in Hawaii.
Lots of good eats. So, all right. Well, we'll do it again tonight.
Yeah.
It'll be exciting.
6:45 before prime time tonight. So
That's right.
tune in, and you're gonna be piping through some stuff on the audio.
Yes,
so
we
I'll leave
will.
it running.
I think,
So,
Larry Gassman will be streaming tonight, and and God willing, that will all go well. But I know we'll be tuned in. Absolutely. So.
Awesome. Be well,
very
everybody.
good.
Enjoy the afternoon sessions.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. And I'll talk to you a little later.
Likewise.
You're listening to coverage of the 2021 convention of the American Council of the Blind.
Join us for ACB Olympics pre-show, hosted on July 23rd from 5:45 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. Listen live on ACB Media and ACB YouTube live stream.